Hello, everyone. Happy Wednesday. Welcome to the Wednesday stream. Today's Wednesday stream is not art. It normally is. But as I've posted to Twitter and Discord, I'm not feeling the creative energy to create today. Except apparently memes. I've created a meme picture because it was easy. Hello, everybody. For anybody who doesn't know who I am a Staney. I am a variety streamer and art streamer.
Listen, hey.
Hello.
Listen, yeah.
Hello. And today we are going to be streaming more Sherlock Crimes and Punishment. But first, also, I did this. I did this. I did a meme! I've done it, people! Hey, Ice Bunny. Yeah, let's say hello to everybody before we get started. I mean, I literally... Oh! Hey! We got a hype train!
Second Twitch babby.
Thank you all so much for all of the subs. We got a hype train happening.
Sharing the will.
Okay, let's go through these real quick. Dibria, thank you so much for the 10 months. Sherlock and Lupin are definitely thirsty for each other. Derek, thank you so much for the 29 months. Estain, hey to you too. Divine, thank you so much for the 18 months. Congratulations on your second Twitch, Babby. And Lost, hello, welcome. Thank you so much for the 17 months at tier 2. Thank you for sharing the WoW. I appreciate it. Problems we can solve, yes. Now just needs Queen Victoria to make sure I look disappointed, yes. You love this game? Hello, Gamer Queer. It's a very good game. Welcome. Let's say hello to everybody. So I've already said hello to Dibria, and again, thank you so much for the resub. Hello, HD. I hope you're having a good day today. Scroll. Derek, hello, welcome. Again, thank you so much for the resub. Sankard, hello. You're playing Star Wars right now, but wanted to say hi. I hope you have a good time playing Star Wars. Star Wars that I think you've switched over to Scum and Villainy, right? So when you get back, I'll have to ask you how that's going. Let's see. Divine, hello, welcome. Thank you again so much for the 18 months. Hello, Ice Bunny. I hope you're having a good day today. Lost in 8th, hello and welcome. And thank you again so much for the 17 months. You're on your way to a second Twitch babby as well. And of course, Gamer Queer, hello and welcome. Okay, I think I finally caught up with everybody. I hope your Wednesday is going well. Mine's fine. With the state of everything going on in the country right now, I feel like fine is the best I can get to at the moment, which is why we're not doing an art stream today. But I appreciate all of you. I've been hanging out with other streamers. I've been watching comedy as well on the situation, or at least related to the situation. People have been posting like, oh, what was his name? He was hilarious. Who is he? I wish I remembered. I saw something on Twitter.
Finally trying to spit this thing out to keep the train rolling and cheer everybody up a little.
HD, thank you so much for the 100 bits. Still working, but otherwise Wednesday's acceptable. I'm glad to hear it, Lost. On the plus side, it's June. Also, yes, happy Pride Month to everybody. For anybody who doesn't know, hi, I'm Ace. I'm here. Oh, where was it? Someone posted comedy and it was great. I want to share it. I think it was in a Discord. Let me find a Discord.
Go out there and be proud.
Divine, thank you so much for the 100 bits. I am ace. I am LGBT. I am proud. Yeah, no, I'll stay home and stream, but it's fine. I get you. Let me. I'm gonna look. Oh, yeah, here he is. I was watching comedy by Roy Wood Jr., and he's hilarious. And I recommend him if you like stand up. Um, I'm gonna post that link to Discord so y'all can watch that later if you'd like.
He's pro.
It's gonna go in pins, links, vids, etc. And making sure I'm using the right word. There we go. All right. Other people, ew.
Train arriving at his final destination already? Well, have another 100. Notice me hype train, as Ainri.
Thank you so much, HD and Divine, for the bits. Much appreciated. And thank you so much for the hype train, everybody. I also got the hype cherry. I think you both worked together to make it. Look, you're both conductors now. What? How can you both be current conductors? Can you have more than one? Anyway. Thank you for all the support. A thing that they tied maybe? A thing that I want to point out, I have added some panels beneath the stream with links to support Black Lives Matter because they do and we need to hear it. So if you are able to support these causes and help uplift these voices, I would really appreciate you to do so. Anyway, those are going to be beneath the stream for the foreseeable future. I think there's also some things I've retweeted on Twitter for places that you can support. So I feel awkward saying this. I don't know why, but it's important. So I'm not going to just carry on like nothing's happening. Not figured out how this thing works anyway. I mean, it's still pretty new. But basically, people give support, and then there's a train, and then people who contribute to the train, and also me, because it's my channel, get emotes. So that's basically all I've really figured out. Let's solve crime. It's Bamboozle Watson. This cherry looks barely edible. I mean, it's no a stained food pack cherry, but you know. Oh, yeah, I guess that's a thing because I haven't really I haven't seen you guys in such a long time because I didn't stream yesterday and I've been off all weekend because like everything got canceled. And with everything going on, I've forgotten basically that I've released my first TTRPG asset pack for my patrons. It is a pack of food. I don't know who is going to use them or how, but I think they look nice. And I'm excited for it. Patrons are currently voting on what the next reward is going to be. Alright, I don't remember what we were doing. I guess I could check my evidence stuff. Find the stolen plants. Oh, that's right. I think we had to go to the Divine Syndicate. So the case so far, hello Watson, is basically some plants have been stolen from the Kew Gardens. Some very rare, dangerous plants. But what is more telling is that we've discovered that the quote-unquote heart attack suffered by the director of the Kew Gardens was actually a nefarious murder. So we are trying to get to the bottom of who killed the director. I must say I don't know how or if I'm feeling. That's totally fair. I know that for a lot of yesterday and the day before, especially after seeing all of the violence, I was very numb. I didn't know how to feel. Except, like, it was just like it was numbness, but also at the same time, there was like this swirling emotion of hurt and anger. I guess like a sense of betrayal as well, because I still had some trust for law enforcement that maybe they not do a horrible thing. I don't know. So, yeah, I however you're feeling, or if you're not feeling, like, your feelings are valid and you are entitled to feel how you feel. That's what I believe anyway. With his drug habit, Holmes probably doesn't either, so you're good. Don't even smoke, but I want to be home sitting at the window at rainfall with a pipe in his mouth. I mean, you could just have a pipe in your mouth. The feeling of simultaneously possessing two opposite beliefs. Yeah, I guess. Like, before I saw all the violence, I was still in the camp that, you know, there were good cops and there were bad cops, right? And I believed that I wasn't like, oh, there's just some bad actors. That's not what my thought process was. It was more just that, like, you know, just like there's good people and there's bad people, there's good cops and there's bad cops. But after seeing the amount of violence, and it felt like the cops were the ones that were escalating the violence. The cops were the ones that were instigating the violence. And we live in an unprecedented age where we can document all of that. Like, there are people who were live streaming at the front lines of it, and you could just see, like, they were just there shouting, and then the police would instigate. And even if they're just following orders, that's alarming to see. And I don't think that they're bad people. I think that we all need help. I feel like the training is bad. We train this behavior in our police force. And it's not okay. Exactly, Gamers Tavern Show. It's not an excuse. It's alarming and deplorable. Because we apparently, and I've read a lot of stuff since what's been going on, and I've started listening to an audiobook called How to Be an Anti-Racist, which so far has been thought-provoking and informative. But anyway, you see what's happening, and what's happening is that they're being given orders or given training to put down these protests because they want to maintain peace and order. But they're doing so in incredibly violent ways. You don't shoot rubber bullets at people's faces. You don't tell people to flee an area and then fire tear gas at the direction you want them to go so that they can't see. If you haven't read it, recommend a book, Between the World and Me. It's written as a letter from a black man to his son about how much better things are and how they're the same. I will look into that. Wonder what can change. It seems to have offered some small token of gestures like charging 1 or 2 officers. That is not acceptable. Yeah, I hope people don't accept that either. Because charging 1 or 2 officers does not solve the problem of systemic injustice. It doesn't solve the problem of systemic racism. It doesn't solve the problem of systemic abuses of power by police. Don't know which is worse anymore, systemic racism or blatant incompetence of police. I mean, they go hand in hand. Don't understand the cognitive dissonance it takes to see protests against police brutality and think the answer is more police brutality. Yeah, I mean, the thing is that people don't see it as a problem.
This place is beautiful, Holmes. Its atmosphere is remarkably soothing.
Let us find someone who could help us.
Anyway, let's tackle things that we can get done today. And that is solving fictional crimes in a world where justice is real. Kissy detective boys. Pot piece. Broken pieces. Something is hidden.
Fragments of a flower pot. It fell down here. The Kew Gardens symbol.
Oh. It's impressive that he got into the middle of this without disrupting any of the sand, which I am walking over disrespectfully. Also, I'm wearing the wrong
Good day to you,
suit.
sir. My name is Sherlock.
I am exalting the sap. A while can you wait? From the trace of elements and moreover from the quality of the ambient geotropism it depends. Therefore, please, mind my gravitropism. Its balance, do not disturb.
Disturbed is most definitely the word.
There. Completed is the symbiosis. Welcomed you are.
Why is this guy
To
Yoda?
introduce myself, I shall. I am the Green Grand Mystic.
The Green Grand Mystic. himself.
This is me. Who am I speaking to?
We are two gentlemen who are extremely interested in the vegetation philosophy that is advocated by this establishment.
Listening to you, I am.
Yoda was the green little mystic. You're not wrong. Random budget mysticism, basically. Let's look at this guy. Alright, well, we know he's got tattoo. I like that that's all that tells us, that he's got a tattoo. Thanks, game. Fingertip calluses. Does that mean he plays an instrument? A palm injury? An acid burn. Interesting.
Do you have friends at Kew Gardens?
None. Not worthy there.
Uh-huh. Well, what about this? Select the correct answer. Excuse me.
Do you have friends at Kew Gardens?
None. Not worthy there.
Hold on. Is it this one then? Okay, I just clicked the wrong pot.
We have seen Kew Gardens flower pots in your yard. How could they happen to be there?
What? Our sacred place you permitted yourself to search. Sacrilege.
No, really now. There was a theft of plants at Kew Gardens a matter of days ago, and we believe the pots we found here may be connected with it. Please tell us, were you involved?
No. Those plants were ours. They had stolen them from us.
How so?
Their director, Dump, I believe.
Done.
Yes, that's what I said. He borrowed from us 3 of our sisters for the exhibition at his green fly-infested gardens. But he never gave them back to us. Excuses and imbecility. So we went in and saved them.
I see. So, if you stole those rare plants from them, then it means... Ah, I get it. Bravo, Holmes. I think the case is solved.
No, we did not steal. We saved. Well, as a matter of fact, we were unable to find our 3 plants.
I beg your pardon. And yet you took all of the exotic plants from the stand.
They had disappeared. It was the least we could do. They stole our sisters, and so we stole theirs.
The only Sherlock Holmes dating sim I can find is a free Facebook game, and it's disappointingly het. Oh, that is disappointing. I am kind of surprised one exists, though. His accent's weird. It is kind of weird. Holmes has done opium and all kinds of shit. Now he cares about a little pot. Silly.
We should like to take a look around, to immerse ourselves in the wisdom that emanates from here.
It is a school of anastomosis, the divine scholastic syndicate for vegetation veneration and meditation. You may say, the divine syndicate, glory to the eukaryotic. Only true devotees, those whose hearts are ready to spermatophize in sharing of knowledge, are permitted to physically enter our vegetable kingdom and its wisdom. And to be permitted, you must earn it. Yes.
I'm probably ready.
Green Grand Mystic, we are ready to become devotees and gain access to your temple.
What is the name of our Lord, our God King?
Our God King's name is Treewan, Green Grand Mystic.
Oh la, good, I like you. Here is the holy key to the wisdom place.
Well, that's all I needed to know.
Thank you so much.
Okay.
I pray you to taste our fertilizer substance. From the burdens of life it helps to free.
Oh, there's
but
a
of
trailer.
course.
Raw sap, it is called. It is near the entrance.
Yeah, I would love to look into the
Well, we
next
will
game. I
leave
doubt
you to your meditation.
it'll be queer, but it'll be crimes to solve. And yeah, it was very easy. Shall we watch it? Do we want to watch it now? We can watch it now if you guys want. I don't know how much more of this game is left, but yeah. Let's watch it. All right, let's watch it. Oh, did you post in general chat? A stream general chat? There it is. All right, give me 1 second. Wait, what? Guard me, Sherlock. Shall we date? Wait, what? It's a dating sim? I thought it was the actual Sherlock game trailer, not this. That's okay. I'm for it. So anime it hurts. All right, let's do this. He better be, otherwise I'm gonna be disappointed. Mr. Sherlock Holmes. Wait, is that Sherlock? I feel like every day I fall deeper and deeper in love with you. Why is that? What makes you alone special? John Watson, oh no. Must be love? Baker Street, crime, client, mystery thief, Napoleon of crime. James Moriarty. Come with me. In the city of London, dangerous, mysterious love story. Welcome to 221B. Guard me, Sherlock. Fall in love with smart detectives. Okay, I mean, I guess it's an Otome game, so that's fine. But, like, I don't know. Why is Watson shirtless? Because it's an Otome game. Racism is a big thing in Denmark. Just saw an article on dr.dk where 20 people of color explain how they are mistreated by ethnic Danes at work and so on. And since I am 16 years in Copenhagen and I'm white, but just from the wrong side of the border, I have some elderly neighbors that complain to the administrator about things I haven't done, and a racist janitor is backing them up to distract from his wrongdoing. And this is close to nothing comparison in the States. Sorry, it's not easy to put in words. That's okay, Ice Bunny. Dibri, why is only Watson shirtless, you mean? I'm just gonna say that is not what I was expecting that to be. And I'm okay with that. But yeah, Ice Bunny, I feel like we're all dealing with like really complicated feelings right now. So it's okay to not have all of the words, especially when you're talking to us in English, which is not your first language, which I'm sure makes expressing these complicated feelings and situations even more challenging.
That should be the raw sap that the Green Grand Mystic spoke of.
I will say, I'd rather be the smart detective, but it looks like we're just some chick along for the ride, and I'd rather be a smart detective falling in love with other smart detectives. Like, why can't I do that? Enjoy watching it when you will inadvertently play it. I mean, it wouldn't be our first dating sim. Watson has early stages of menopause. Oh. Oh.
It is rather delicious, and of an excellent quality.
My word,
Sherlock.
Holmes. Their sap is like a form of cocaine.
Oh, Sherlock.
This must be Triwan, the Divine Syndicate's god. This door is locked, but I can try to open it.
Yeah, let's just pick the lock with the guy standing right there. That's fine. Okay. Alright, let's just start. Oh. Wait, what? Oh. Oh, okay. Took me a minute, but I get it. Okay. So now this guy. This maybe? Yeah. I had a colleague that did that by accident. Oh no. She was measuring out methadone and put the spatula in her mouth to write down the mass. Oh no. We'll never let her live down putting something like that in her mouth in a lab. It's really the best case scenario that it was methadone. I mean, yeah, that, or if it had been nothing at all. Because y'all deal, I mean, I've done chemistry lab before. Y'all deal with some chemicals, to put it mildly.
These instruments are used for smoking opium.
She could have put something in her mouth to, like, burn her tongue off.
A vast amount of opium. This substance is an alkaloid, the same as in the bottle we found in the bushes at Kew Gardens.
I forgot about that. I'm glad you remembered, Sherlock.
This cabinet is full of chemicals. They are the same as the ones we found in the laboratory at Kew Gardens.
We have some organic metals on site at the moment that need disposal with the fabulous warning label. I'm waiting for it.
That would be enough to perform the most difficult of chemical experiments.
Toxic, carcinogenic, causes genetic damage, fatal by ingestion, fatal by inhalation. The last one is the one that scares me. I mean, yeah, you're way more likely to inhale something potentially in your lab than any of the other things. Like, unless you're your coworker, you're probably not gonna stick that in your mouth. But it is entirely possible that you could inhale it, and then that is very scary. She's technically my boss now. Then yeah, you definitely need to hold her to task. All right. Do we remember any?
The list of plant friends and benefactors, lawyers, well-known manufacturers, political leaders.
Always made what they call brick dust. What does that mean? I wasn't terrible at the lab work. I just didn't enjoy it very much. I like how Watson is still staring at the cocaine. He must be making sure I'm not going to sneak off with more of it. Didn't leave the university with a degree as I had something of a breakdown in my final year, but I've done much better in industry than academics. Well, that's good. I mean, obviously not the breakdown. Sorry to hear about that. But I'm glad that things have taken a positive turn. And yes, hello, Zingard. I will hydrate. It means, like, you set out to make some compound that should be pure blue crystals, but you end up with some cookie brown dust because you did something wrong. Honestly, I was generally pretty good at lab. I remember there was one experiment we were doing where my lab group was one of the few groups to actually get the reaction to go correctly. And everyone ended up having to look at our result to write their conclusions. University isn't for everyone. I regret that I let them make me think that it was, but it turned out well in the end. Yeah, I'm also glad that it turned out well. And I also agree that university isn't for everyone. And there's a narrative and a reality almost that's being pushed, especially in the United States. I'm talking about a lot of political stuff today. I'm sorry. But I have a lot of feelings. Where, like, you need a bachelor's degree to do some of the most basic stuff that has nothing to do with the degree you're getting. And it's ridiculous. And it's just forcing more and more people into needless debt. And I'm upset about that too. Opposite for me, did well in the academics, was so bad at the practical, which was actually the part that I enjoyed, that I knew it wouldn't work out well as a job.
Caterpillars. They are raised as food for certain plants. Let's take them.
What do you mean, Ice Bunny? I dropped my master in August? Am I thrown out? Father was a lab manager before he retired. There's such a push for academics. He used to hire postdocs to do the washing up in his lab. Jeez. Because that's the thing. And I'm pretty sure part of me thinks this is deliberate. There's such a push for everyone to get a degree. Because if everyone gets a degree, then basically, no, like, it's a way to oversaturate the market, which means that they don't have to pay you as much.
A tropical plant. Nothing of interest. A tropical plant.
Okay. If you say so, Sherlock. I have a lot of feelings. In mathematics, it's the norm that people finish with a master's. Bachelor's is considered useless, but many shift to IT and software industry, basically switching fields. In chemistry, basically, it's you get a bachelor's and you go into lab work, or you get a PhD and go into, like, research and teaching. In chemistry, I know that at least here in the US, the master's degree is considered useless. And basically, someone told me that if a woman gets a master's degree, they assume she had to drop out of her doctoral studies because she got pregnant or something. Most expensive degree is the one you don't use. True. As I said before, I'm currently getting a degree for media design, but it's no university study, and every good job I see and want to apply for is only for uni graduates. Oh no. Many companies themselves don't know what kind of employees they need. Probably not. Being a scientist turned me into a socialist because it's truly bonkers that there are all these postdocs running around unable to get funding to allow them to research drugs to treat malaria, etc. because it's not profitable. Gotta distribute researches for human benefit and not profit. I would agree with that. Don't do the exams and don't get something points. And that means that the faculty throws me out in August, and I'm fine with that. Uni is for free in Denmark. Well, that's good at least. At least you don't have to worry about debt. Climbed my way up at my current company, started as the guy that puts the samples into the tiny vials for testing, and now I'm one of 2 specialist chemists that do all the method analysis for the company. Well, there you go.
A tropical plant.
Nepotism still wins. Your qualifications utterly mean squat if another person knows the manager gets it without them advertising. Yep.
These 3 plants are identical to the ones shown at the exhibition. I shall take them.
Oh. I'm taking these dangerous plants. Woo! Means I do spreadsheets. I do too, but I'm an accountant. I mean, sometimes spreadsheets can be fun.
Osmosis and photosynthesis.
Indeed. All right, let's do some deducting. I think free university education is beneficial for everyone. If I lived in the US, I could not afford university education. Oh, don't worry, we can't either. It's ridiculous. There's so many ventures that are for profit. That's so frustrating. For-profit college, for-profit prison. Like, what the frick? The for-profit healthcare? What the heck, United States? Ugh. You did medicinal and synthesis at uni. That sounds interesting. And then you worked at a food testing lab where you're doing GC and NMR and operating a little robot that squished bread to see how squishy it was. That sounds fun. That actually sounds really fun. At one point, I worked one summer in a QA lab, and the low light probably of my time there was I worked at like an animal food plant, and I had to get like these pellets, and I would have to measure with calipers. I would measure their dimensions and then have to like note them down, and basically I had to graph to make sure that they were within the correct standard deviation. It was very tedious and I didn't like that. The fun ones are like the ash tests and the mycotoxin tests. So if someone would call in and we do ash tests periodically to see the mineral content in the feed. The mycotoxin tests were usually if someone called in and were like, hey, we think we may have gotten a bad batch of this. I'd have to like go into the plant and pull the product of the same code date, and then we would test it for toxins, which was always really fun. Your specialism is mass spectrometry, but my area covers GCFID, GCMS, HPLC, I know that word. High pressure liquid chromatography. ECD and HPLC UV, Headspace GC, GCXGC, and some bench testing. Hey, Kulan. Making sure it's an SD. Everyone loves Schwartz charts. I remember doing mass spectrometry. I was actually... Ugh. I did not... I have mixed feelings about it because I didn't mind mass spectrometry as a thing to do. I like the mechanism for how it works is really cool. But my mentorship was in a mass spectrometry lab and my mentor wasn't great. So I have mixed feelings about it. To anyone who isn't a chemist, this is just us shouting, we are nerds, we learned things for testing. My favorite things were whenever you would get the bands of the different colors as like different things separated out. I always thought that was really fun. Teachers can make or break a subject. Yep. Yeah, chromatography. Yeah, I was gonna say I knew it was a type of chromatography, but I couldn't remember what it was called because I haven't done it in like 15 years. Anyway, I'm supposed to be making deductions, not nerding out about chemistry. Set up the alkaloid from a chemical laboratory and the caterpillars and perform the experiment with the deadly plants. We handled the spectrum analysis of molecules in theoretical physics. I know something, don't ask me anything more, I've forgotten. Yeah, mass spectrometry would kind of cover a spectra analysis of a molecule. I did a really boring project where I did the spectral analysis of, I want to say, amino acids. I was supposed to be doing something with respect to cancer research, which sounded really interesting, but the experiment didn't work. So rather than being like, hey, we did this and the experiment failed, she had me do something else that was totally boring, but would work. And it was bleh. Biology teacher in high school, he and the censor dude had to give me an A. Had to explain how you make humans. No result's still a valid result. I know! But apparently that wasn't good enough. All of my research projects ended with, this doesn't work, now we know that.
Perfect, Watson. We can begin our experiment.
Can I do it here? No, wait. Where was the lab? Where's the... Oh, it's here. Can I do it here? No, I probably have to do it back home. I made a totally new drug that had a very limited effectiveness against the virus and would totally kill the patient immediately. Yay! I remember my dissertation being the simplest thing and not understanding how it could possibly be final year. I went back and read it a while ago and it was way over my head. Oh no. Even if the concrete experiments failed, if you reported properly why you got bad results and how some things you did affected it, you got a good grade. It's the process you learn. Yeah, you would think. There was some stuff that I've reread, mostly stuff to do with like the nuances of like sociopolitical stuff that I wrote way back when I was like 18, 19 or whatever. And I read it now and I just kind of cringe.
I imagine that one of these plants would be capable of releasing a toxic vapor. I need to find out exactly how it could be done. I shall begin now. Watson, if you are at all optimistic to have dinner this evening, then I'd recommend that you put on the gas mask.
Okay, so I can examine?
A carnivorous plant. This is a strange and unusual plant. A prickly plant.
Okay.
I find the behavior of predators utterly fascinating.
Oh, we're looking to see if there's any sort of reaction or interaction between the plants.
How interesting. What a strong and effective defensive mechanism.
Okay, so I have a feeling that it's going to be this guy. Because look how it's got like all the tubes on the top. It's definitely going to release a gas. So what if I mix or put alkaloid on this guy? Ah, see, look, it's opening up.
It appears to open after being soaked with alkaloid.
And then we put a caterpillar on it. And it releases a gas!
It's closed again. I believe I saw a small cloud of gas. I wonder what secrets this plant is hiding. Perhaps if we agitate it to a greater extent whilst it is opened, it will reveal a little more. I am interested in what might occur if the prickly plant should shoot at it.
Oh, okay. So we can move them around. I see. Okay. Yes, it is much faster than it has any right to be, but they speed it up, so it's a gameplay thing. Neat reference to one of the books on the wall. This thing? Maybe? He was notoriously 15 minutes late for class, and he was the school's PE teacher, and every time we had to do group work, I explained things to my classmates in about 10 minutes max. And then we just talked, and he always fought us for just chatting. What kind of Rube Goldberg machine murder method is this? One plant setting off another? I know, right? The mystery of the dancing men. It's a code. Interesting.
It appears to open.
I know that, Sherlock.
Toxic gas with spores. Extraordinary. The plants would be capable of killing only if they were directly next to the victim and stimulated at precisely the right moment.
Let us take our caterpillars to the Colonial Collection Room. We may see things more clearly there.
It is too early, Watson. Our suspects will be there. Let us investigate Kew Gardens one more time and ask some questions.
It was a plant fart, it was. deadly precision and missing deadly plants. I don't think the sect is involved. We'll find out. I believe them when they say they just wanted to take their 3 plants back. No, it's super elaborate. Honestly, I think it's either the director or the girl, I can't remember her name. Because the guy's son, who also works there, would not have the plant knowledge to do this. He's kind of a derp.
Can you tell me if you saw Mr. Montague Dunn on the day of his death?
Yes, of course. I met him, and we went to see Albert, his son, at around 9:30. He appeared quite calm.
What were you doing on the morning of the accident?
After paying multiple visits to Albert, I had a little talk with Miss White. Then I returned to my desk to complete some paperwork. Suddenly I observed that Mr. Dunn was not feeling well, so I ran immediately to fetch Albert. I clearly remember that it was around 10:30, for I was late that morning.
Thank you, Mr. Hamish. We shall continue our investigation.
I mean, he likes ships. He's kind of a derp when it comes to plants. I don't think he could pull this off.
Your father's death does seem highly suspicious. What were your movements here on that day?
Suspicious? Well, I was working in the seed house, taking care of something, or Lear Pontus, or... No, wait. Ah, these Latin names. And I spent so many hours trying to memorize them.
Did you see your father that day?
Yes. He came here with Mr. Hamish for his weekly visit. There was nothing unusual about that.
And then?
Nothing. They stepped out to the backyard. It was perhaps 20 minutes before 10 o'clock. Then about 10 minutes later, I saw my father heading for the dry tropics room while Mr. Hamish returned here.
And Mr. Hamish and Miss White, what were they both doing that morning?
Mr. Hamish visited me a couple of times. I also saw him returning from talking with Miss White, and that was at 10 minutes past 10. But then he ran back here to me to tell me that my father was feeling unwell. We hurried across to the water lily room, and I found my father lying dead on the floor. Oh, my God.
Thank you, young man. We shall see you again soon.
And there's still like the issue of like the ventilation shaft that's like an Watson? Did he just like run over there? I wasn't looking, and then I looked up and it looked like he had just appeared there.
Can you tell me what Mr. Dunn was doing upon the day of his death?
I can, but there is nothing very special to say. I was in the laboratory when I saw Mr. Dunn heading towards me. Tuesday is the day of his weekly visit. It was supposed to be at 9, but he was 10 minutes late, as usual.
And then?
Well, he came in to say good morning. Then I saw him spend 2 or 3 minutes by the plants outside the laboratory. After that, he ran out in the direction of the nursery, where Mr. Hamish was working. He was always in a rush during the inspection, you see. I would pity anyone who stood in his way.
And that was the last time you saw him?
Yes. I stayed in the laboratory until 20 minutes to 11, when I heard the cries of Albert and Mr. Hamish from the large glass house.
I joined them as soon as I could, for I knew that something must be very wrong.
What exactly were you doing in the laboratory?
I was recording an experiment for my thesis. I only stopped my work once when Mr. Hamish visited me briefly around 10 o'clock.
You say you were recording an experiment when the tragedy occurred. Might I listen to the roll?
Certainly. Please do. You will find it in the laboratory. It is number 320.
All right.
Thank you, miss.
Sometime later.
Everyone has gone, Holmes. The way is clear.
Experiment time! Wait, F? F. Oh, now there's this part. Inhaling the spores. Escaping the room. Like, obviously that's what happens. Now he's gonna escape the room first and then go back and inhale the spores. Why does thinking result in a loud heartbeat? I don't know.
When
Pumping extra
Montague
blood to the
Dunn
brain
was
must be.
standing close by the plants, the caterpillars were released and caused the deadly spores to activate. Panicking, and likely already half asphyxiated, Montague Dunn started back and knocked over the bust. He rushed to the door, but it was locked. He had to force it open with his shoulder. We already know the outcome. Montague Dunn collapsed and died not far from the pool. Well, it is time to perform our experiment on the ventilation system. The caterpillars could only fall from the ventilation duct. Our caterpillars are in place. I'll activate the ventilation system so that they fall down. Watson, stay here and observe.
Yeah, let me
All right,
drop
Holmes.
caterpillars on your head. Oh, is that so I can follow it? I think that's so I can follow it. So it's the one going out here. Okay. Such a maze. Let me out. Jeez, I'm all the way up here. That's not what I wanted. All right. Who designed this place? I don't know. Maybe some guy named Q?
From here, we are unable to see the interior of the Colonial Collection Room.
I have a feeling I'm gonna have to close some stuff off.
The power is on. The engine cannot be started whilst the transmission is active.
Oh.
The engine has started. The ventilation system is working. Excellent. This ventilation fan is working. Let us see if I can activate the other one.
Oh.
This is one of the outlets of the ventilation system.
Okay. There's a handle missing here. I guess it's for water. So, wait, how do we turn that guy on? Or is that not the right outlet? It might not be the right outlet. So there was, oh, maybe it's in the other lab. To be fair, that would make more sense. Or is it, wait, hold on. Why does it want me to T in here? I don't see anything T-worthy. But yeah, my thought is that it's going to be... So there's this lab, but then there's also... this lab. My mind was wandering what's going on. Watson stood with caterpillars in his hair, bemused as Sherlock thought about how to proceed. Suddenly, Lupin burst into the room, shirt open and breeze tousling his hair. Sherlock, he stated firmly, I need you. Oh, Dibria. Oh, these aren't connected by the same ventilation system, though. I need to figure out how to turn on the ventilation system.
Farmhouse.
I'm missing a switch to turn on a fan. Ooh, housekeeping.
A task list for Albert, compiled by Martin Hamish. Sweep out the palm house, scrub the toilets, clean the storage shed tools.
Note, you are allowed to read the newspaper. You are only allowed to read the newspaper during your lunch break. Yeah, that's gotta be like the watering system. So where's the... Maybe the other exhaust is in the other lab. I'm getting confused on where it's supposed to be. Oops. Yeah. Yeah, let's check the lab. I have double standards. I just went out to my balcony to see who was playing loud music at 10 p.m. and if I could shut them up somehow. Then I realized it was Tom Waits music and I went back inside. So I turned on one of the switches here because that one's like an obvious exhaust thing. But is there another one in here? Like there's this exhaust fan, but where's the other exhaust fan is the question. I haven't been into the nursery. It could be somewhere in here. It doesn't look like it is. What about the seed house? Oh, I can leave this on while opening doors. That makes this easier. Yeah, it's in here. It's a place I figured it wasn't going to be, so I didn't check it. Oh, and also...
We can see the interior of the Colonial Collection Room from this window. Perfect. Now I just need to find Watson to check the result.
I wanted to see his hands go up like, ah! I got caterpillars in my hair.
It works perfectly, Holmes. Bravo. Now, if you could just help me to get rid of these caterpillars.
Covered in caterpillars. Perfect.
Now we know how the murder of Montague Dunn was carried out. By activating both Albert's and Mr. Hamish's fans.
But only from Mr. Hamish's workplace would it be possible to see when Montague Dunn entered the Colonial Collection Room.
P.R. Cargill, thank you so much for rating. Hello and welcome, everybody. Hello, the Invulnerable Tide. Hello, P.R. Cargill. Hello, Islanders Caper. Did I miss anybody? Hello, 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 hello. We covered Watson and caterpillars. How y'all doing? I hope you all are having a good Wednesday today. Martin Hamish had the opportunity to stimulate the deadly plants in the Colonial Collection Room. As a biologist, he would have understood the technicality of how to do this. So then, wait, those don't relate. But we also have... The knowledge Miss White acquired at the university might not be enough to guarantee the correct reaction to the deadly plants, or she had the knowledge to stimulate the plants. Let's, I mean, she was a very good student. So it's between those two. And then we go with these two. There we go. Albert's not very good at botany. It's doubtful he could have learned how plants might release the deadly spores. That's obvious. There are no clues available at the moment. Please continue the investigation. That means we're missing clues. Have we had a shout out for Pierre Cargill yet? Let me scroll up. I don't think we have. Let me shout you out. How's Yakuza Kiwami going? Wednesday's been pretty lazy so far, but not too bad. Well, that's good. A lazy Wednesday doesn't sound like a bad thing. I'm doing okay. I'm fine. I'm worried about a lot of things. I have a lot of strong feelings. But I'm doing okay. Making real progress in beating the heck out of Majima. Aw, poor Majima. Alright, so hold on. So we have Hamish is guilty. He could be the killer. He had the opportunity to steal the Divine Syndicate's plants and stimulate them from his workplace directly after he had locked Montague Dunn inside the Colonial Collection Room. Oh. So we could arrest him. Alternatively... Oh, interesting. That conflicts with his opportunity. So even if we do this conflict. So this is the only thing we can do right now. So maybe we arrest him and then we get more clues later. I think we have to do this. Because it's not saying we've reached a final conclusion, that's just the next step in our investigation. He literally wants me to beat him up. Okay, fair enough then. It's been a little overwhelming. It really has. We've already met the only hostess who matters, Garolmi-kun! Alright, then.
Let's go to Scotland Yard.
Need to inspect his face from 3 inches away in an interrogation cell. We've already inspected his face from 3 inches away. But I guess we could do it again.
Inspector, I believe that Martin Hamish is guilty of the murder of Montague Dunn.
Aha! I knew it. I'll send the lads around to arrest him.
Very good. I shall wait to hear from you.
Sometime later. He gonna be mad. But yeah, we're definitely missing clues. The fact that it said that there were no clues presently, it didn't say we found all of the clues in the investigation, so we are missing something. Twitch just gave me a condom commercial. Huh. That's different. Love these, enjoy these loading screens where Holmes and Watson sit in the wagon with no awkward conversation whatsoever. I mean, Holmes is reading. And Watson knows better than to interrupt us when we are reading Crime and Punishment. I will hydrate. Thank you, Divine.
Inspector, I came here as quickly as I could.
Martin Hamish is in the large glass house. There's no need to hurry.
They're in one of those comfortable silences that old married couples have.
Holmes, my God.
Yes, we found him like that.
Our messing around with the ventilation system didn't go unnoticed. Mr. Hamish realized that we knew.
Inspector, could you arrange the body, please? I should like to examine it.
Okay.
The mark around the neck is very visible. He died instantly.
I know he's got that, but let's see if there's anything else to look at. Ooh.
Holmes, his left shoe is unique. This anomaly is often a characteristic of...
A club foot. Bravo, Watson. That is the key element of this case.
Is it? Life has become a living hell. I find it unbearable. Dunn deserved to die, but I cannot forgive myself for having his blood upon my hands. We Hamishes seem to always have fallen victim to our circumstance, and I find myself to be no exception. I must atone, and I shall do so here and now. Farewell.
Holmes, don't look at me like that. I don't know what to think about all this.
Well, I keep trying to hit B, and I hit M, I think. Oh. Martin Hamish was unable to run due to the tibial torsion on his clubbed foot. Therefore, we should find out if he had sufficient time to lock the door of the Colonial Collection Room and activate the ventilation system. Did he have an accomplice? Discuss with Lestrade the possible impact of new clues. Let's do it.
Something about this rings very oddly.
Why do you say that, Mr. Holmes?
Why? Because of Mr. Hamish's club foot. Oh, I deserve to be kicked from here to Charing Cross. I should have noticed it.
But, Mr. Holmes, I can't see why.
No, I don't suppose you do. You must recall that Mr. Dunn was locked inside the Colonial Collection Room by the murderer. If it was Mr. Hamish, he would have had to run up to his workplace to trigger the fan situated above it, taking into consideration the condition of his foot.
Well, it is still possible.
Perhaps, but it is rather strange that such a person as Mr. Hamish decided to base his plan on the speed of his gait.
You mean to say that somebody helped him?
So the suicide is questionable?
Correct. Mr. Hamish accuses only himself in his letter, and so the investigation stops.
Possibly an accomplice, then? That idea had
Miss
not occurred
White.
to me, Mr. Holmes.
I have another idea, Inspector. Thanks to the testimony that we have collected, we are able to rebuild the events as they took place that day.
With a timeline, such as we did in the Jack the Ripper.
I really want to play that one.
Precisely.
The map at the entrance of Kew Gardens should help us with our timeline.
I'm going to need to figure out how to get that working.
Let us analyze the facts and statements.
Ooh, this is
that we may
cool!
recreate the events of that morning.
All right, so we have all of these different things. And we have different timelines. Martin Hamish and Montague Dunn went to meet Albert in the Seed house at around 9:30. It was around 20 minutes to 10, so here, when Hamish and Montague Dunn went out to the backyard. Oh, nope, that's not the right one. There we go. After 10 minutes, Dunn recommenced his inspection and entered the dry tropics room. Hamish returned to the seed house. Okay. Only Estady sees the schedule and thinks that it's a schedule for murder. Also, I have made spreadsheets for games I've played. Y'all who were here back in my Stardew Valley days might remember my Stardew Valley optimal crop planting spreadsheets. Martin Hamish had a conversation with Miss White at 10 o'clock. Miss White was in the laboratory until 10:40 when she saw Hamish and Albert in Waterlily greenhouse and joined them there. Not the only weirdo that makes game spreadsheets. You're not. You'd love EVE Online. You wouldn't even have to launch the game. I've heard of EVE Online, and it seems complicated. Optimal crop planting spreadsheets, yes. I only remember Christmas music playing when you were streaming Stardew Valley. Did we do Christmas music? I don't remember. Hamish ran into Albert as soon as he observed that Montague Dunn was unwell, which was around 10:30. Albert was in the seat house the entire morning. He observed Hamish returning from visiting Miss White at 10 minutes past 10. Martin Hamish returns after talking with Miss White. So he observed Hamish returning from visiting Miss White at 10 minutes past 10. So this would be at the same time.
Let us summarize. Montague Dunn was poisoned inside the Colonial Collection Room. He forced open the door, which means that someone locked him inside there at 10:20. Martin Hamish was last seen at 10:10. This means that he has approximately 10 minutes to lock the door of the Colonial Collection Room. Given that he was club-footed, it is doubtful.
Sherlock playing with dolls,
Albert
yes.
also has 10 minutes to lock the door of the Colonial Collection Room, which is quite enough time. Miss White was last seen at 10 o'clock, which means that she had approximately 20 minutes to lock the door. More than enough time. Perfect, Watson. Now, let us ascertain who assisted Martin Hamish in killing Montague Dunn.
Okay. I keep hitting the wrong button. The action figures. Alright. Hamish's timeline and Albert's timeline. I'm just gonna click this so we get our potential conclusion. Oh, but then I think we'd also need this? No. I mean, he definitely had time. And then White had even more time. Alright, so let's do that. White is an accomplice. You found and utilized all clues in this case. Alright. At least we found all the clues. I feel like that makes the most sense. So we know that Hamish is guilty. So this is a possible conclusion. If we, let's see. If we say that Albert was the accomplice.
Detective Azani on the case, eh?
Dadsy Peaches, thank you so much for the 9 months. Happy Twitch, baby. I like how it says 20 minutes would not have been enough time to lock the door of the Colonial Collection Room. But here's the thing. If Albert had time, White definitely had time. So I think this is the conclusion we have to come to, regardless of what the other conclusions are. Like, if we're saying that the only reason that she could not be involved is that she didn't have enough time, then Albert wouldn't have enough time. How's it going, Detsy Peaches? I think I'm fine with this conclusion. Let's see. Margaret White was Martin Hamish's accomplice in killing Montague Dunn. Her professional ambition and personal situation have been damaged by the breakup with Dunn. I definitely think they were working together. Because he doesn't walk fast enough. Exactly. So he had to have an accomplice. But we're talking about the son. And I really don't... I mean, even from the beginning of the case, I didn't think he was involved. He just wants to join the Navy. And the fact that he's, even after his father's death, is talking about how he needs to continue the management of Kew Gardens suggests that he was not in the mind space of, well, if I kill him, I can finally get what I want, right? And also, he just doesn't have the plant knowledge to do it. And it seems really unlikely that Hamish would have come to him with this plan to kill his father. I can't give anyone the rope today.
But Holmes, how can you be certain that we'll find Miss White here?
It is obvious, Watson. Just use your brain.
I am using it. I do use it.
Now that the rope has tightened around Martin Hamish, Miss White must act to erase all traces of her implication. After the suicide of her accomplice, there is one final trace remaining: the deadly plants of the Divine Syndicate. She will be there.
Very good. Shall we go?
Just one moment. Now listen to me, Watson. I shall see her alone. You will conceal yourself behind her, quietly.
Whatever are you planning?
Nothing spectacular. The impulses of women have always been a mystery to me, but she is a bold one, and so we must be cautious.
All right. You can count on me, Holmes.
Oh, Sherlock.
Mr. Holmes, good day to you.
You do not seem surprised, Miss White.
Well, I was expecting you.
Not for too long, I believe. So please tell me, as it is still unclear, who planned the murder? Was it you?
You were wrong, Mr. Holmes.
It was Martin Hamish, then. You managed to convince him to take on a more prominent role.
You could not be further from the truth.
You think that you can fool me?
You don't care what I think.
I am not blaming you, Miss White. You are a young and brilliant woman, trapped in a dull and hostile world. Life has never been easy, men in particular.
You... It is hopeless.
Indeed. Well, it may be true that I cannot yet change the world, but I can spare your life.
My life. There is nothing left to save. I have lost everything. Do you hear me? Everything! And you were just like all the others. You would abuse and take advantage of a vulnerable woman.
I hardly think so. Now just listen to me.
I've tried so hard, but I have had enough.
Miss White, no!
Oh gosh. Oh gosh. Oh no.
I beg you not to do this, Miss White.
Miss White, no.
Don't come any closer.
We just gotta back her up to Watson and then he can grab it.
Please remain calm. We can help you.
Not one step further. Don't try to stop me.
Yes, these apparently are the impulses of women.
Stop this foolishness. You cannot truly want to die.
No, it's too late.
No!
This is tragic. tragic, Holmes.
Are you able to do anything?
I'm afraid not. The poison has been fulgurating. Her heart stopped instantly, poor child.
If only she were logical like a man. Oof. Should we check our conclusion? And y'all want me... I'll put it up for a vote. We'll check our conclusion in a minute. Yeah, I'm gonna do a poll. Alright, y'all can vote on whether or not you would like for me to replay the ending. We also can hold space to see if our conclusion was correct. I feel like if she killed herself because of this, probably. So let's, well, we got it right. We found all the clues. So at least we got that much. I'm waiting to see if anyone votes for anything. Oh, there we go. I forgot I had it minimized. All right, that's enough responses. Overwhelmingly replay the ending to save her. So let's go ahead and end the poll. And let's save this lady. Man, if I had known that it was gonna load before the moral choice was made, I would have gone back on hanging that dude. But oh well. Live and learn, I guess. Alright, this time I just have to remember I have to click very fast.
But Holmes...
It's not just click. I have to make sure the mouse is in the right position and then click very fast.
Miss White.
Alright. I think it's at least three.
I beg you not to do this.
Three
Miss
step
White.
forwards and then we have to click really fast. Or I could just skip it.
Please remain calm. We can help you.
Not one step further. Don't try to stop me.
Stop this foolishness. You cannot truly want to die.
No, it's too late.
Alright. No! Oh, we did it.
Well done, Watson. She was not faking.
Miss White, you have no right to take your own life.
Dr. Watson? Did you just save me? Or worse?
Interesting. Interesting. Look how many people did not make the same moral choice. Most people very much condemned her. Huh.
Where are you going, Holmes? Have you been invited somewhere?
We have been invited, Watson.
We have. Where to?
To the Baker Street Irregulars' annual dinner. They sent us an invitation. It is on the table.
A dinner? How could those street urchins afford anything like that? I can't understand your interest in them, Holmes. They're dirty. They wouldn't hesitate to steal your wallet.
Watson, you should be excited. It is a secret dinner. Its location changes every year. Read the menu. Sounds mouth-watering.
All right. We, the secret police of Baker Street, invite you, Sherlock Holmes, and Dr. Watson to our annual dinner. Menu, entree, frozen rat-head salad. Is this a joke?
Not at all. Pray continue.
Main course, sow's udder in Danny Nutcracker's way. Sounds disgusting, Holmes. Hedgehog goulash. Street turnips in homemade juice. And it goes on.
I can hear them on the stairs now.
Oh, we can't go there. We can't eat that.
Watson, you'll hurt the feelings of those poor children. We have to go.
Oh, Mr. Holmes.
It is fine, Mrs. Hudson.
Mr. Holmes!
Wiggins, Dr. Watson is getting ready. He will be delighted to join us. You don't look well, my young man. Is there something wrong? Don't tell me the dinner is cancelled.
Mr. Holmes, it's my brother Leighton. He's in a prison cell. They say he's killed 2 men. You have to help us, Mr. Holmes, 'cause I know he didn't do it.
Where is he now?
From what I've heard, they took him to the yard, and they gave him a good beating already. You know what they're like. They'll hang him. They won't look any further.
Holmes, we have to help him.
And forget about the dinner?
Holmes!
Wiggins, I'll take the case.
You're fantastic, Mr. Holmes. I'll be waiting for you at the crime scene. You'll be there, right? It's on Half Moon Street in Whitechapel.
Very well.
Some things are more important than dinner. Also, we're going back to Baker Street because I have things to look at. We got a new letter. Dear Mr. Holmes, I am writing to express my appreciation for your striking at the truth of this horrible case. At first, I could not even imagine how Miss Margaret White, such an exceptional and beautiful woman, could plan and commit such a dreadful murder with that fellow Hamish. How angry I was! But when I attempted to put myself in her shoes, I began to understand. As talented and beautiful a lady as Miss White was, she evidently could not complete her studies without money, while my father was living his high life deficient in human sympathy. Thank you for your kindness towards her. She is no longer here, and I already miss her. Yours sincerely, Albert Dunn. But we saved her. I guess she's no longer at Kew? Is that what he means?
This is where I keep my post.
I hope that's what means. Oh. We kept the deadly plant. Anyway, I have to get changed. The fact that I'm not wearing my green suit is a travesty. And also, I need a top hat. There we go.
A map of London.
Goulash is more important than helping. I guess that is probably how Sherlock would view it, but still.
Mr. Holmes, Whatever brings you here so late at night?
I'm interested in the case of young Leighton Chapman. He was arrested earlier this evening and accused of a double murder.
I beg your pardon? That case is quite clear to the police. Or are there any new facts that we don't know about?
Who knows, Inspector?
Look, you are free to investigate, of course, Mr. Holmes. Chapman was arrested with a revolver in his possession, which you can find in the evidence room. The suspect himself is in custody.
Did you find anything else on his person?
A few personal belongings. Nothing particular, Mr. Holmes.
Thank you, Lestrade.
I shall take a look.
So this is the gun that Leighton was holding when he was caught by the police. It is a Webley revolver, a reliable weapon. It seems as though the shells were not removed from the cylinder.
All right, well, we can see that there's been 2 shots.
It seems...
Is there a way to... There we go.
2 out of the 6 shells have been fired. There were 2 shots.
Cartridges, not shells. I suppose that's true.
A cheap watch, bought with his own money, no doubt. These cigarettes are filled with cheap tobacco. Nothing interesting.
Wait, I can't look at the apple? Shenanigans.
Please escort this suspect for interrogation. Good evening, Mr. Chapman.
Who are you? I've got
Ooh,
nothing
that
to
does
say.
sound good, Divine.
It's all a mistake.
Calm down, Leighton. I have come here to help you. To find out if you truly are innocent, as your younger brother Wiggins has told me.
My brother? You know him? Then that means you're...
Sherlock Holmes.
Oh, blimey. All right, Mr. Holmes. I'll tell you everything.
But first, I must study you closely. Goulash served in a bowl of bread crust. That does sound pretty good. I'm a little, I don't know, iffy on goulash because sometimes I'm not that into peppers. And goulash is very heavy on like the bell peppers. So sometimes I'm in the mood for that. And sometimes it's just like, that is a lot of peppers. There is actually a trailer for the next Sherlock game. Yeah, I thought that that's what we were going to be watching. You dorks. Holmes is a pedant. He wouldn't get that wrong. Immersion ruined. Fair enough. Let's stress how everything cheap is, why don't we? I mean, we're Sherlock. The soup? Yeah, we're talking about the soup. All right, let's go ahead and watch the trailer. Why not? All right, there we go. Sherlock Holmes Chapter 1 official cinematic trailer. Story-driven detective thriller. A young Sherlock Holmes struggles to prove himself as he navigates an exotic, dangerous island in the Mediterranean to investigate the mystery of his mother's death. Oh my gosh, he's a bishy. Why is Sherlock the frontman for an emo band? Good question. And no, the last trailer that we watched was a Sherlock Holmes anime dating sim. This is the actual next Frogwares Sherlock game. Oh, is the guy with us supposed to be Mycroft? Wait, are there ghosts? No, okay. They're just showing how it got all decrepit and abandoned. Okay. Sherlock looks an awful lot like Matt Smith almost in that one. Yeah, I don't know. It'll be interesting. Might be generally more excited about the dating sim. I mean, I don't know. I like solving crimes. The dating sim was hilarious though. Yeah, it was like a Matt Smith but with dark hair. Anyway. All right, we were going to look at your face. You got a scar. You're up on the streets. Ooh. Westgate prison tattoo. Fancy scarf. Downtown fashion. He's got a cushy job. He's an office clerk. Recent beating, resisted arrest, and he's hot-headed. Okay. Shirtless Watson is a thing. Oh, jeez.
Good. Tell me your account of what happened.
I left my work, and I hurried up to see the fireworks in Whitechapel. I was late, so I decided to cut through Half Moon Street. I saw the first fireworks light up in the sky. I bumped into a constable on a corner before entering Half Moon. Then suddenly, what with all the firework flare, I saw two men. They were both lying flat in the middle of the street. I stopped where I was. I thought about turning back to the police, but as I was thinking of that, I saw a third person. He was leaning over the body that was furthest from me. The second I saw him, he raised his head, and he stared at me. In a flash, I saw his gun, but he made a dash for it instead, and he escaped through Whitechapel Street.
So you might still have had time to return to the constable.
I panicked. I didn't know what to do. Anyway, I approached the bodies just to see if they were still alive. I saw that one had blood pumping out of his stomach. He was dying. It was horrible. The second one was already dead. He had a hole in his head. He was holding a gun in his hand, though. I took it, and then I followed the third man.
U.S. pronunciation of clerk. Yep. We pronounce it like there's an E in it. The Adventures of Lois and Clark. It was interesting. When I first heard someone say Clark for clerk, I thought it was a different term and I didn't understand what they were talking about. Anyway, pray continue.
Interesting. Pray continue.
I turned a corner, and I saw the man standing in the middle of the street. He seemed to be in some sort of panic. And then, Mr. Holmes, something strange happened. I told the police and they laughed at what I said, but I swear to you, my words are true. I started running towards him. But then I was blinded by a flash. It was so bright that I hardly saw anything for a good dozen seconds. But I kept running forward. As I arrived in Whitechapel, I heard a woman screaming. And then I was caught by the police. But there wasn't a trace of that man.
Aliens, you're right,
Of course,
HD.
then they found a gun and all that blood. I couldn't see the murderer escaping and all that mess. Perhaps I was still half-blinded at that moment.
A thrilling account, my young man.
Pronouncing words consistently is heresy. Don't worry, there's plenty of inconsistencies in American English as well. Like, even as I say that to tease Dibria and all of you British or Queen's English speakers, as you might say. Do you say that? I don't know. British English speakers will say. Even as I tease all of you guys, I definitely still pronounce some things weirdly because of my American English, so. Wait until you hear the British pronunciation of lieutenant. You mean lieutenant? I've heard it. We say English and you speak American English. Yeah, okay, so then I guess I would say British English. With Queen's English. Yes, I have. Dear writers of every period drama ever, there are more places in London than Whitechapel. It's true. And what was the British spelling of hiccup again? Isn't it like hiccough? Or is it some... Yeah, I've spelled it both ways, honestly. Plow, trough, through, slough. Or is that slough? No. Slough, slough. I don't know. I don't use that word. Anyway. Yeah, there's so many inconsistencies. Like, I look at that, I'm like, I don't know how to pronounce that. I feel a great urge to pronounce that ow the same every time. I mean, it'd be nice, wouldn't it? Parts were sloughing off from the slough. Oh, our language is nonsense.
Leighton, are you able to describe the person whom you saw standing in Half Moon Street?
Well, I wasn't able to see his face at all. It was too dark, and he was too far away. I could see his silhouette.
And what about that?
Nothing so special. He was wearing a jacket. He was quite average in size and his weight.
I see. Was there anything else that struck you at the time?
No. But perhaps... It's strange, but I can't remember the sound of his footsteps as he was running away. Perhaps it was because of the fireworks or the surprise of me seeing him.
Or he's a ghost.
We shall see you soon, young man.
Alright, I need more water. Also, thanks for the quote, Dibria. There we go. In my language, the letters that are always pronounced the same, regardless of where and what combination they come. So learning English was a mind-twisting ordeal. I could see that. There are some unfortunate inconsistencies in pronunciation. Quotebots are my jam. Well, I'm glad someone's using it, and I'm glad that I'm seeing some quotable things. Alright. I've hydrated. I've questioned the suspect. Let's go to Half Moon Street. I will hydrate some more. Thank you for the reminder. We take words from other languages. That's true. That was a good quote. It's a good one, Dibria. Do you know that Finnish is regarded as one of the most difficult languages to learn? I did not know that, but I'm not surprised. I've heard that Icelandic I think is one of the most difficult.
Please, gentlemen, leave the scene now. Oh, Mr. Holmes, is that you?
Good evening, Constable...
Constable Marrow. I was here with Inspector Aberline during the Ripper case, Mr. Holmes, back in '88. But then this is nothing like that case. With this one, we've got the murderer, the weapon, and the statements, which speak for themselves.
Of course, Marrow. But you know that appearances can sometimes be deceiving.
Difficult for English speakers because it's from a completely different language, family, structure, and vocabulary. I mean... Is there... I mean, obviously, if it's from... If someone is speaking another language from the same language family, it's probably easier to pick up. But, like... English is a Germanic language. Mostly. But... people still have a difficult time picking up German as an English speaker. So, I don't know.
Who were the victims?
The two men here, both shot. The stout fellow was Brian Vercotti, a well-known ruffian. The other, Kenneth Butler, a jeweller by trade.
Icelandic is not so hard. They... Delivery? All the words in comparison to Danish. Star Wars done. Welcome back, Singard. Hopefully Star Wars was fun. Finnish children learn to speak as fast as any other native tongue, but I've read due to consistency of reading and writing, they learn it faster than English. Makes sense. I have colleagues from Italy, Spain, and Portugal, and they talk constantly about how much easier each other's languages than learning English because they're more similar. It makes sense. Like, when I learned French, I feel like I would have an easier time picking up on Spanish because they're both Romance languages. They have the same, like, word roots and that sort of thing. HD is still here. Had some terrible rolls. Oh, no. And you guys have switched to playing Star Wars Scum and Villainy, am I right? And I swear Swedish is one of the easiest European languages to learn. Maybe it is. I have never tried to learn it. Let's talk witnesses.
You spoke of statements. You have witnesses?
Well, I was there, so I gave my own statement. And then there were two other witnesses who said they saw the killer Chapman. Mr. Turner, a gentleman who lives in that flat over there. And Polly Powell, a flower seller, who was over at the far side of the street.
I got myself confused between German and Spanish because I was learning them at the same time. I can see that happening. So I finished English, Swedish, German, and Chinese, and by far Swedish is the easiest, but that would be the easiest for you because you are a native Finnish speaker, right?
So, Constable Marrow, I should be delighted to hear your testimony.
I was standing at the north side of Half Moon Street. That was the side that you came from.
Wait, you're saying Swedish
but you would
is
have
even
been
easier
unable
than
to
Finnish?
observe this
Interesting.
part of the street, where we are standing now.
That is correct. But I saw the two victims slowly enter Half Moon Street.
And they're
then
completely
shortly
different?
after,
Okay.
the fireworks started. A few minutes after that, the fellow Chapman rushed towards me and ran into Half Moon Street.
Please continue.
I didn't pay attention, but suddenly I heard a woman's cries and police whistles on the other side of Half Moon Street. I rushed over there and I saw the two dead bodies on the ground. When I reached Whitechapel Street, I saw Leighton Chapman. He'd been caught by two police constables.
I'm going to be honest, I was only half listening to that account, but I'm sure it's fine. Swedish is Germanic, and it's close to Norwegian and Danish. Oh. Okay. Interestingly enough, Dibria, Divine is saying that Swedish was even easier than Finnish. Yeah. Looked it up. It's just decline a noun? Hold on. Let me look at that in context. I don't know.
Did you hear the shots?
I didn't hear any shots. The fireworks were all over the sky. They were so loud I couldn't hear anything else.
Learned it in school, forced to since it's a second official language. I see. Remember about learning about declination when learning about Latin. Interesting. I never got to learn about Latin.
What were the fireworks in honor of, Constable?
Well, today's Queen Victoria's birthday, Mr. Holmes.
Ah, yes, I appear to have lost track of the days. It is May now, of course.
Bunny meant that the Icelandic people declined their nouns over a lot of cases, which makes it hard to learn. Oh, is that like the kind of thing that they do in Spanish? More common in like Mexican Spanish, where they rather than like we're in Spanish, a lot of times they'll drop the starting pronoun of a sentence. Like if you say I am, you might say yo soy, but in Spanish they might also just say soy. Is it that sort of thing? The main thing I remember about learning German is nah. Okay, then explain, because I don't know what declining or declination or declining a noun means. Verb moving to the end of the sentence, which sounds really weird to an English speaker. I could imagine.
Constable Marrow, what else caught your attention while you were running through Half Moon Street?
I saw nothing but rats, and I took the time to light every corner with my lamp.
Did you happen to look up at Mr. Turner's window when you were on Half Moon Street at that time?
Yes, I saw that the window was open, but no one was there. It was dark in the room.
Constable, your statements have been of great value to me.
Alright, let's look at the bodies. Declining is different forms and endings depending on if the noun is subject or an object of a sentence. Oh, I see.
He tried to stop the bleeding with his hand. Death was not instant.
Poor bastard. Oh.
The bullet penetrated his stomach, a dreadful wound.
Sad that there's so little pressure on us to learn other languages. I've learned more from messing with Duolingo than I did in 6 years of school French class. I learned a decent amount from French class. A
tattoo from Westgate Prison.
Oh.
Vercotti must have done some time there.
Same tattoo, huh?
Brian Vercotti and Leighton Chapman both have identical Westgate Prison tattoos. They were most likely acquainted.
But yeah, it's been so long since I've spoken French that I've lost quite a bit of it. It would take me some brushing up to be back at a conversational level. But I did decently well. We do languages in school, but there's little emphasis on it. 2 hours a week is not enough to learn a language. Yeah, honestly, like I did fine in high school, but studying it in college is where I got much better at it. We have a language requirement in my state, but both my Spanish and my German are pretty crap now. Yep, in mine as well. I had the option between Spanish and French, and our Spanish teacher was a little crazy, so I chose French.
Brian Vercotti suffered greatly. What a terrible way to die. The bullet struck his head. This man didn't stand a chance.
Oh, a key.
This is an ordinary key. I wonder what kind of door it opens.
A fancy one. Oh. Plates. Stuck object. Piece of wood.
A piece of wood that has stuck between the cobblestones. Let us take a closer look.
That's so many options that you had, Saint Guard. In middle school, I think I was like or was it elementary? No, I think it was elementary. In elementary school, I was like in 4th grade, and I think our math teacher was married to someone who spoke Spanish very well, and I don't know if it was that she just studied it in college or if she was like a native speaker or what, but I know that at one point in 4th grade she came in and she taught us a little bit of Spanish, and we learned enough to play bingo in Spanish and that was basically it.
This shard of wood is quite new.
We could choose French or German, and I was good at math, so I did both due to scheduling. My high school was pretty big, and we had a lot of options. That's really cool. I would have liked more options, but I also really enjoyed learning French, so I don't know. You there.
Good evening, Mr. Turner.
I heard Constable Marrow reply to you as Mr. Holmes. Are you that detective gentleman? I've heard of you. And well, I know things about this evening.
Excellent. Might we hear your story?
The French teacher taught us while the maths teacher taught the lower set? What does that mean? I assume by the lower set, that means like lower level mathematics? Meta class baklava or balaclava, something more veteran. Oh. Requires support. He's got a weak leg. He's limping. What am I missing? Can't even look at his hands. You have a scar somewhere that I'm missing? Is it about like his lack of hair? What? It looks like that's going to be like a 2-word thing. Like polka dot or... I'm not skipping. I'm gonna find it. Oh, missing button? Poor life. Our classes were split into ability bands, top set and bottom set, because what is England without a rigid class structure? My school taught English, Swedish, German, and English? But those would count as 2 foreign languages. So all the kids likely to get an A shared a class and got better teaching. And that sounds awful now that I'm writing it out. You meant Spanish. Gotcha. After a ton of bad experiences in school in Germany, I had this Swedish German teacher, and he really cared. And when you ran into him in the hallway, after having been sick, he'd chat with you to check on you and ask if he could help. That's really nice. Good teachers make all the difference. Yeah, interestingly enough, so when I was in elementary school, they pulled me out of classes for most of 4th and 5th grade. Like, I don't remember learning anything because I guess we had like this quote unquote enrichment program thing. I don't remember much about it either, but it was like for part of the day, I would be like in the computer lab playing educational computer games because I like was picking up on all of the material so fast that I didn't need to be taught it. I don't know. Like, whatever the heck happened, clearly I didn't need whatever they were teaching because I did fine. But I honestly don't remember what the heck I did with my time aside from pouring glue on toothpicks to try to build a bridge and also baking things to try to sell. Let's hear your testimony, the Smarty class. I guess, except it wasn't even a class. It was just like, well, you're smart enough. Go be in the computer lab and stop answering all the questions.
Could you tell us everything that you may have seen or heard?
I was already in bed when the fireworks started. A few moments after, I clearly heard 2 gunshots from outside.
Please continue.
I quickly got up and I grabbed the lamp from my nightstand and I rushed towards the window. I looked down and I saw 2 bodies. And there was a man with a gun who was standing nearby.
Where exactly?
Well, near this body.
Did he notice you?
I don't think so. He rushed towards Whitechapel Street without looking around.
Well, I mean, there were 2 people shot, St. Guard, so 2 gunshots make sense.
Mr. Turner, did you see anyone else in the street?
No, I saw no one but that man, the murderer, the fellow they caught.
But he needs support. He walks with a limp. By the time he made it to the window, the actual killer, quote unquote, if he exists, could have been long gone. Voice acting!
Were the 2 shots you heard consecutive?
Yes, there was a very short pause between them, and they sounded different somehow. It seemed to me that the second shot was louder than the first.
That is an interesting comment.
Huh. That is an interesting comment. There was one gunshot that went through both of them. This is an impressively long game. I would have assumed it was quite short, but it's been the longest so far by some margin. It has been. I think
Mr.
this
Turner,
might be the last case.
What were your
though.
actions after you stepped up to the window?
I was afraid that the man with the gun might return, so I stayed close to the window till I saw the policeman coming in the Half Moon from Whitechapel. Then I walked out to tell them everything I saw.
My goof actually had some bearing. I mean, it's
You have
possible.
helped us a great deal, Mr. Turner.
Actually, I don't think it is possible from the way that they're shot. I don't think we saw any exit wounds. So it's very unlikely that, like, for example, they both look like they were shot from the front. So unless the one guy was holding the other guy's head and it went, like, right through his head into his stomach, I don't think it could have happened. Gotta get some sleep. Have a good night, Divine. And thank you again for all the support. The 2 gunshots part, not the one shot that went through the 2 of them. I see. I do want to look because there's people. Yeah, this is our last case. I appreciate it, Divine. Have a great night. And we'll be back tomorrow with more Witcher.
Mrs. Powell?
What do you want?
My name is Sherlock Holmes. I'm assisting the police with their investigation of the crime that took
Did
place
you
this
grab the
evening.
dating sim, Dibria?
Well,
or are
I've
you
already
talking about
gave my
this?
testimony.
We
Very
have the
well.
devil's daughter after this, though. Oh, I don't get to look at her? Disappointing. I think I've got the devil's daughter installed, but that's the next one.
Could you tell us everything that you may have seen
Sherlock
or
Holmes.
Yes. I was selling my flowers as usual, and then the fireworks began, in honour of Queen Victoria. I enjoyed those. But then, all of a sudden, a young lad ran out of Half Moon Street and stopped just by me. He had a gun in his hand. He was like a ghost, and all covered in blood.
Not really
It
streamable.
was dark,
That's a
but I
shame.
could see him, because of the flashes from the fireworks.
And then?
I screamed as loud as I could. I knew that a policeman should be on duty in the vicinity. He had no time to escape. 2 constables got him. Then another constable came out from the very same street, and I heard him talking of a horrible murder.
Played on Facebook. I don't even have Facebook.
Mrs. Powell, did you hear the gunshots?
I'm not sure. You know, what with the fireworks?
Found out that I have an over-average IQ for all that it's worth, and due to dyslexia, my thought process differed in comparison to people with a more neurotypical gray cells. I mean, that makes sense. Like, that, I know, IQ's a weird thing anyway. Because, at least they've found that some traditional IQ testing has had, like, significant biases towards education, socioeconomic class, gender, race, that sort of thing. Has outed me with my peers. What do you mean? But yeah, IQ's an interesting thing because it's just like the way they measure it, I don't know, at least historically has not been super reliable.
Did you see anyone else leaving Half Moon Street prior to or at the time of the crime?
No, sir, I did not. Even with all the fireworks, I was very attentive, as I'm always on the lookout for customers.
My thanks to you, Mrs. Powell.
Investigate the crime scene and talk to witnesses. Completed, apparently. Before I talk to you, Wiggins, I have my mental deduction board. Conflicting statements. Mr. Turner said that he remained at the window of his flat until the police arrived. However, this is in conflict with Marrow's statement, as the constable did not see anyone at the window. It was either firing position or simultaneous shots. Let's go with simultaneous shots. Because that lets us reenact something. In Germany, the teachers placed you in the 4th grade, and the teacher I had recommended that I should be in Hauptschule, or School for Learning Disabled Kids, that our curriculum 1 year behind. Because of your dyslexia, I assume. The person whom Leighton Chapman describes in his statement as a figment of his own imagination created to vindicate himself? But I can't undo this. We're still gonna... So then... I'm gonna have to be firing position. I mean, I still want to reenact that because that sounds fun. But it sounds like it's gonna be pointless. Yeah, Lootless is gonna speak to motive, I think. How many bullets did his revolver have? 2 had been fired. Yeah, it was fully loaded. So 6 and 2 were used. Yeah, correct.
I'll do anything to save my brother, Mr. Holmes.
And nobody detected it even when I showed all the signs of dyslexia? That's frustrating. That's very frustrating. I'm sorry to hear that, Ice Bunny.
Mr. Turner, you have stated that you remained close by your window after the crime. Is that correct?
Oh, yes, Mr. Holmes. I stayed at my window until the policeman arrived to examine the dead bodies.
That is very interesting, Mr. Turner. Constable Marrow stated that he did not see anyone at the window when he was running through Half Moon Street.
Well, I think Constable Marrow and me, we might have been distracted by the whistles and shouts coming from Whitechapel. We could have missed each other somehow. You understand what I mean? It was a bit of a stressful moment, to tell you the truth, sir.
Allow me to form my own theories, Mr. Turner. Would you mind showing me the view that you had from your window?
Not at all, Mr. Holmes. Please, follow me.
That does sound very frustrating, Ice Bunny. I mean, I'm glad that eventually
Mr.
everything
Turner
got figured
appears
out.
to live very modestly.
But still, that sounds incredibly frustrating.
This fire is dying out. It was last tended to over an hour ago.
Fire, ashes, burnt paper. Don't hide anything from Sherlock. He'll find it.
The papers are almost entirely burned. I am unable to see what's written here.
It's clearly upside down. There we go. I see textbook. On something of the author's higher something. Anyway, there's going to be more to look at.
These words are illegible.
There we go. Useless.
The papers were thrown into the fire just a short while ago.
Because of a guest teacher from the UK? Well, I'm glad that they noticed. Let's see. I'm going to look at everything first. Hold on.
This kitchen knife is quite sharp.
You're not supposed to be able to read it if Sherlock isn't. Well, forget that. Kitchen table. Sweepings. Shredded paper.
There are pieces of shredded paper scattered over the table. This kitchen knife was used to cut the paper.
She made us write and turned it in, and she told me 40% of her students have dyslexia. Interesting. That's more common than I would have expected.
A perfect match. So, Mr. Turner broke his stick when it became stuck between the cobblestones. He did not mention that he was so near to the victims.
That liar!
The books on this shelf are in a mess. It looks as though Mr. Turner was trying to find something in a hurry here a short while ago.
Oh, I'm glad I'm looking at everything.
Mr. Turner was roused from his bed by the sound of gunshots.
She teaches art history and creative writing. All right, time for a view from the window.
So, that's the view Mr. Turner had when he opened the window. The dead body of Kenneth Butler. Brian Vercotti's contorted corpse. Mr. Turner had a perfect view of the crime scene. He saw the bodies clearly, and Leighton Chapman standing over them.
However, okay, let's see. So he would have got up from bed first. So he got up from bed and took the stick. Placed the broken stick and took something, so that's going to be last. So second is he's going to open the window. Third is approach the body. I feel like it's this. Maybe that? Let's see if that makes sense. Do. Huh? Oh no! Are they dead? Oh no, they're dead!
So Mr. Turner used a book to hide an object that he found on Kenneth Butler's body. The question is, what did he find?
A lot of dyslexics end up in the arts. I guess that does make sense. Books. Fat prints.
I can see prints from greasy fingers upon the cover of this book. Let us take a closer look. Well now, what a find! A precious jewel, concealed inside a book. A bracelet with a unique ram's head design, a distinctive feature of ancient Grecian artifacts, probably of the Hellenistic era.
This is a weird bracelet, but okay. Well then, Ryan, if that is your real name.
Mr. Turner, how would it be possible for a man of advanced years, such as yourself, to rush from his bed to the window in a matter of seconds, as you have stated?
Well, I'm able to move very quickly, despite my age. And when the situation requires it, Mr. Holmes.
I mean, you got a walking stick.
I highly doubt that, Mr. Turner. I observe that you suffer a severe limp due to your injured right leg. It would have taken at least 10 seconds for you to approach the window. That means you could have easily missed something or someone in Half Moon Street during that time.
You're right, Mr. Holmes. I could have missed something. But it did seem to me that everything happened so quickly. Time can pull tricks on you.
And what of everything else that you told us? Mr. Turner, it is vital that we have your complete and true statement.
Mr. Holmes, I do assure you that the other things I said were most sincere.
Nah. Also, there's a little spot on like this part of Sherlock's chin that I keep noticing. So now I'm going to make you all notice it.
Mr. Turner, you were not sincere with me. Not then and not now.
But Mr. Holmes...
This, Mr. Turner, does not look like anything that a poor man might possess. It is worth more than the home that you live in.
I can explain.
No, merely correct me if I am wrong. You saw Leighton Chapman through the window, but you also noticed a glittering object on the ground, this precious jewel. You walked down and took the bracelet from the body of Kenneth Butler, and when you heard the whistles, you hurried away. That broke your walking stick. It caught fast between the cobbles. Constable Marrow was unable to see you in the window, as you were climbing up the stairs on your way back to your flat. Upon returning home, you hid the precious jewel inside a book.
Mr. Holmes, please don't send me to prison. I didn't do anything bad. I'm just a poor man. When I chanced upon the bracelet, I saw it as an opportunity to make a little money. I was desperate. I only took the bracelet, that's all, I swear.
You made a mistake by lying.
What about the chin? He's got a spot on his chin.
You are not a criminal. I believe
Sherlock
that.
has a spot on his chin.
Although I must return
I just
this
can't
bracelet
point it
to
out.
its rightful owner.
He's got like a little white spot. Hold on. Can I get closer to your face? Oh, that's creepy. Ugh. Yeah, I don't think I can show it when he's not talking, and when he's talking, I can't use my mouse to point things out. It only seems to be when he's talking, though. Yeah, I don't see it here. Anyway. F. Well, victims might have possibly fired his gun twice. Let's find out who. Alright, so we need to analyze them. See if there's any bullet holes, I guess.
I am unable to see any higher. I need to find something to lift my lamp.
And that'll be the case here as well, I'm sure. Ooh, pull. Gimme.
This should be useful.
Gonna look for that next time. It is on his chin on the right hand side, so it's his left, but it's on our right. Alright. So let's start over here.
This is most definitely a bullet hole. The brick cracks are fresh.
Interesting.
Watson, there was a third shot fired in this street.
Interesting. So, there was a third shot. But we have... Oh, I was going to say Leighton's revolver only had 2 cartridges missing. Yeah. Okay, there we go. Kenneth Butler and Brian Vercotti both died of crossfire, with each of them holding a gun. One of the guns is now missing. But then, how do I guess I have to find the thing that contradicts this. We have to find proof that the man's not imaginary, and then that will make everything else click into place.
It would be my pleasure to assist you with your investigation, Mr. Holmes.
Investigate the ancient bracelet and find out how it could have appeared on Half Moon Street. So I need to go to my archives. And I need to talk to Leighton about the tattoo. Alright. So first, let's archives. Alright, so we're looking for an antique bracelet with distinctive ram heads. Why not dynamite? Maybe under history? Didn't he say something about ram heads being symbolic of something?
That is not the one. That.
Okay, then I guess not. I tried that.
That is.
I guess it could be the newspapers, but we don't have, Anything exciting? Like, we don't have a date to go on, so I'm just literally sifting through newspapers. Try Why Not Dynamite! Flying lobsters!
That is not the one I need.
Are you sure? It's flying lobsters. It sounds like that's the one we all need. The only other thing I can think of is marks and symbols.
That is...
No. So we have an antique golden bracelet was found. You know what? Maybe it has something to do, because it's an antique. Maybe it's under one of these. Antique art of the British Museum. There we go. These beautiful antique jewels represent a part of the Hellenistic treasures collection. Depicted are the 5 heads of mountain rams upon a bracelet, necklace, and ring, each made of pure gold. The 5 rams of Mytilene have been missing from the museum since 1885. Okay.
Here it is. I need to continue my research in my archives.
Okay. There we go. So, now we go to 1885. Hellenistic treasures stolen. The Hellenistic treasures were stolen yesterday evening while being transported by cab on their way from the British Museum to the Glassford Fine Art Exhibition. Pawnshop owner Kenneth Butler contacted Scotland Yard that night and provided information regarding a gentleman who had attempted to sell him a collection of historical art at his pawn shop in Church Street. The police have since captured the described man, a professional thief by the name of Vincent Foley, who had been in a process of escaping London via the port. He was recognized by the surviving driver of the cab that had transported the collection of Hellenistic treasures. Vincent Foley refused to confess as to where the remainder of the treasures were hidden. He was eventually imprisoned. Lost treasures are still to be found.
Here it is. One of the victims, Kenneth Butler, was involved in the story of the stolen Hellenistic treasures. A visit to his pawn shop should tell me more.
Indeed. But first, we are going to take a quick break, because we've been going for about 3 hours. So it seems like it's a good time for break time. I am going to get some more water. I will put on some music and I'm going to roll a couple of ads. We'll be back in 5 minutes or less. Have a good break, everybody, and I will see you guys in a few. just a short break. We are back. Hopefully you all had a nice break. I got some water. I also want to check what my notifications are. Alright, I have a bunch of gift subs expiring. Alrighty. Let's get back to the game. Okay, I did some research. You need to go to a pawn shop. It also is implying that I have more connections to make. I'm surprised that these two don't go together. Like, well, I guess... So I think I already put those two together. Would these two? No. Okay. No. Alright, you know what? I'm just gonna leave it for now. Let's get more clues before we make more connections. We are back! Hello! It was just a short break. Wait, did I go to the wrong place? I did. I wanted to go to the pawn shop. Oh, I am at the pawn shop. Never mind. Oh, the pawn shop is very close to Half Moon Street. I see. Hey, what y'all doing in here? Hmm?
Mr. Butler's key matches the lock perfectly.
Interesting. Time to go through everything.
Crampons and a sharp ice axe would only be brought here by a mountaineer.
Don't mind me, the man with the lantern. Object of interest, okay.
A flare pistol. Perhaps it was pawned by a destitute sailor.
That certainly could have made the bright flash.
The ram's heads. This necklace belongs to the 5 Rams of Mittelin collection. Interesting. That means that Kenneth Butler owned a part of this collection all this time, 10 years after the theft.
But aliens? I don't think it's aliens. Sorry to burst your bubble, HD. Hello, Kenneth. I remember you once told me about the 3 pieces of golden jewelry with ram heads from ancient Greece. You still got them, right? Well, good news for you. I found a man loaded with money who's crazy about those jewels. He's ready to fork out a small fortune. I can arrange a meeting with this money bag for you, but I want you to cut me in on the deal. I'll be waiting for you at the crossing of Great Alley and Half Moon Street on Sunday evening before the fireworks. Brian Vercotti. Does that mean that Kenneth is our mysterious man?
It looks as though Mr. Butler kept a careful record of his operations.
Okay, hold on. Butler took a bracelet and possibly a ring from the ancient jewel set, the 5 rams of Mytilene. He was arranging a deal with Brian Vercotti that was to be discussed at Half Moon Street. The search for the missing Hellenistic treasures could be the motive for the crime that was committed in Half Moon Street. Mr. Turner picked up the bracelet directly after the murder, but the ring is still missing. We need to go talk to Leighton again. Also, I'm debating. I might order pizza for dinner. I haven't done it in a long time, and I kind of want to, and I'm also kind of out of food, so I might do it. I was trying to just walk in there. That's not how this game works.
Please escort. Leighton, I confess I am puzzled. Why should a young lad like you take a gun from the hands of a dead man and set off in pursuit of a probable killer?
I know. I keep wondering that, but at the time it was like a reflex. A criminal ought to be arrested, and he was armed.
You were willing to risk your life. That was a little foolish, unless you wanted revenge.
No, Mr. Holmes. I was just being brave and stupid.
Uh-huh. No.
I'm sure that you were, but I believe that you may have recognized one of the victims, Brian Vercotti. You knew that gentleman well, did you not?
However could you know that?
You have a typical tattoo of the Westgate Brotherhood upon your hand. I observed exactly the same mark upon Mr. Vercotti. You came to know him from your sharing a past prison sentence. Am I correct, Mr. Chapman?
Oh, God. You're right, Mr. Holmes.
Don't keep things from me. I will get to the truth.
Would you tell me a little about Brian Vercotti?
We were convicted for a robbery. Once in prison, both of us joined one of these fraternities. During that year, we tried to help each other out, you know?
You were quite young then, I believe.
Yes, Mr. Holmes, we were. We'd only stolen a pound of meat. After we were released, and when I saw what my little brother had become, I decided to work towards living an honest life.
And Vercotti?
He had a hard time. His sister had died in a Whitechapel dispensary while he was in prison.
Oh, no.
He had no family anymore. Our paths split. He fell back into crime.
So you lost him?
Yes. And for around 2 years, I heard no news of him at all.
Okay.
We shall see you soon, young man.
What am I missing? No. Oops. What am I missing? Common statement. Leighton Chapman is the only person who was seen entering Half Moon Street after Brian Vercotti and Kenneth Butler. He was seen standing over the dead bodies and escaping the crime scene shortly afterwards. What could that go with? He had nothing of value in his possession. He was holding the revolver. Okay. Witness testimonies in the crime weapon clearly point to one possible culprit, Leighton Chapman. I mean, it is compelling evidence. Okay, at least we're clearing some stuff out. Okay. So you got our two victims. I don't think this goes together. No. Long lost art? No. Revolver. There we go. So either it was a crossfire or a double murder. So if we say double murder or crossfire, it doesn't matter. I'm going to say crossfire for now. Either way, we still have the imaginary man that we need to make sense of. So the third shot. Click all the things. There we go. Disappearing man. Leighton Chapman's statement regarding the jacketed man who disappeared at Half Moon Street now seems reasonable, as the 3 shots at the crime scene prove the presence of a second gun that is now missing. Okay, at least there's something. I still think it's a burglary motive. Okay, and then those don't go together. All right, we have something to follow up on. Disappearing man. I hate when I feel like I have to click all of the things. Like process of elimination, make everything interact with everything else until we get to the result. Because sometimes it's like I know what needs to happen, but I don't necessarily know what clues connect together for Sherlock to know what needs to happen.
What's up with you, lad? What are you waiting for?
I'm waiting for my brother to be released.
Your brother?
The one that you caught, beat up and imprisoned.
Ah, the murderer.
He ain't killed no one, copper.
Watch your mouth, lad, else you'll be joining that worthless brother of yours.
You don't even know he's done it yet. That's true. That's true, HD.
Constable Marrow, I would value your assistance in this investigation.
It would be my pleasure, Mr. Holmes.
I would like to make sure that there are no places in Half Moon Street where a man could hide while you were running through it with your lamp.
All right, Mr. Holmes, what should I do?
Take your lamp and start walking, just as you did before, and try to find me.
Understood.
Okay, I guess I need to find some hiding spots. Oh, no. I'm him. Okay.
I can see you very well, Mr. Holmes.
All right, Constable. Let's try again. I'll find another place to
We're
hide.
literally playing hide and seek with Sherlock. Oh, where is he hiding?
Here you are, Mr. Holmes.
All right, Constable. Let's try again. I'll find another place to hide.
Mr. Holmes, it wasn't difficult to find you at all.
It is obvious now. No one could escape Constable Marrow's lamp while hiding in the street.
That's, presuming that they hid in the street. Question is now, is there any other place that they could have hidden? If we can assume that there was one more person on Half Moon Street at the time of the crime, then there was no way forward or back for his escape, only up. Let us reenact the action, recreate the fireworks described by Leighton, and attempt to climb the wall. Well then. I don't think we see any manholes, so we have to go up.
It would be my...
Alright, how am I doing this? Find the flare gun. Okay, so I have to go back to the pawn shop. And the climbing gear. I'll need this,
These
thank you.
tools are exactly what I need to climb the wall.
Where was the flare gun? Over here?
This is exactly what we need in order to imitate the flash of the fireworks.
Okay, that should be all we need. So let's head back to Half Moon.
Why are you looking at me all the time like that?
I'm just watching you, lad. I never know what to expect from people like you.
People like me?
Yes, street beggars and thieves.
I ain't a thief.
Oh, no? Then where did you get whatever it is that you're gnawing on? I very much doubt that you bought it.
What ain't seen can't hardly be stolen.
Constable Marrow, just stop.
Constable Marrow, Watson, I would like to perform another kind of reenactment with your help.
I'm listening, Mr. Holmes.
I want to check if Leighton's testimony can be trusted. If someone could vanish into thin air at a specific moment.
But Holmes, I don't see how.
I am going to be the mysterious gentleman whom Leighton followed. I will stand exactly where he saw him before he was blinded by the flash. Watson, you will be Leighton. When I fire the signal flare, you should start to chase me.
I understand, Holmes.
You, Constable Marrow, just play your part and do exactly as you did. Just, please, wait 5 seconds after the signal flare. I doubt that Polly Powell would have screamed any earlier.
As you say, Mr. Holmes.
Let us begin, then. Catch me if you can.
Oh. Okay. Oh, I have to F? Oh. Okay.
This wall is cast in shadow. It would be difficult to see anyone scaling it.
D? Click. Click, 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 click. A. Ah! Click, 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 click.
I can
D.
barely see anything.
Click, 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 click.
Holmes?
I'm
Are
not
you
here.
there?
I should try climbing faster.
I'm climbing! D. You try climbing faster. He's 2 inches above the ground.
Barely see anything. Holmes? Are you there?
No.
Where is he? My God, a man can't just disappear like that. Holmes? Holmes? Where are you?
I cannot see you, Mr. Holmes. Dr. Watson, it seems that Mr. Holmes has disappeared.
Don't worry, gentlemen. I am up here, above your heads.
How on earth did you get up there, Holmes?
I am using crampons and a climbing axe, although the person we are looking for did not leave any traces of such tools. Constable, is there any way to get to the top of this building?
Yes, Mr. Holmes, I can show you. The door to the building can be found from Whitechapel Street.
Gentlemen, I am on my way down.
All right. Here? Perfect. Inspect the attic. Oh, I remember this attic from a shitty point-and-click Sherlock I've played. It was like a shitty hidden object Sherlock game I
These
played.
shards of glass are from the window above.
Oh. Oh. Interesting. They threw their coat in there so they could climb in without cutting themselves.
Someone broke through the window to get inside the attic, but in his haste, he ripped his jacket.
Oh, I thought it was deliberate. Well then, whatever. Oh, T. Jacket. Shabby fabric. Black threads.
A cluster of thick black threads. They're unusually strong. I should examine them under the microscope.
You were thinking too smart? I guess so.
We can conclude that the person whom Leighton saw climbed up the wall, broke into the attic window, and escaped through the hatch.
Oh, wait, where? What? I put wall climber and latent statements together. There it is. Jeez. I couldn't find out where it was going. Leighton Chapman's statement regarding the mysterious jacketed man who participated in the shooting at Half Moon was proven to be true. So that is still in conflict with this imaginary man thing. Okay. Let's go examine Well, let's have a little look around, just make sure I'm not missing anything. I don't notice any other clues. And that just brings me back out here. Okay. So, let's go to the lab. All I'm saying is that if I had to climb through a window that was covered in broken glass, I would probably throw my coat over that so I didn't cut myself up.
Let us take a closer look. It is not a thread, but a hair. I very much doubt that it is human.
Oh, interesting.
I need to compare this sample with a human hair and a horse hair. A shaving brush is usually made from horsehair. Watson, could you please pass me your shaving brush?
Here you are.
Watson, look, what's outside the window?
Well, I don't see anything. Ouch! Holmes!
Oh, don't make such a fuss. One little hair. Human hair is significantly thinner than the black sample. The horsehair is thinner than the hair that we found. So, this black hair belongs to an animal, and it is larger than a horse. A hair from a large and exotic animal.
I feel like... No? Okay. I mean, I must have to do more deductions. Okay. I thought that I would have to, like, look up in the archive or something. Oh, circus acrobat! The man who vanished from the crime scene at Half Moon Street could be a circus acrobat. He managed to scale a 30-foot-high wall in a matter of seconds. A hair from a large exotic animal was found in his discarded jacket. There we go! Vanishing act! The person who was seen by Leighton Chapman escaped the crime scene by climbing the wall. He is a skillful acrobat. The criminal took a gun from one of the dead bodies. And it all adds up. A bear or a buffalo? We'll find out. Could also be like maybe from a panther. I think it was a circus animal, an elephant. Do elephants have much in the way of hairs? I mean, I know they have like eyelashes and stuff. They have eyelashes, though. Hey, Zev, how's it going? And also, don't they have, like, smaller hairs on, like, their tails and stuff?
Wiggins, my lad, what are you doing here? You'd best be leaving and be quick about it.
I've done nothing wrong. You'd learn more by watching Mr. Holmes. He knows exactly what he's doing. Not like you.
Oi, watch your tongue.
Stop harassing the boy.
Mr. Holmes?
We have good news for you,
but it'll be
Wiggins.
fine.
The investigation has proven very interesting so far. We found facts and details that confirm your brother's innocence.
I knew it, Mr. Holmes.
But for now, Wiggins, we need your help.
Anything you like, Gov.
I need you to locate a circus that has stopped over in London. It needs to have disposed of at least one exotic animal. A very large one.
You can count on me, Mr. Holmes.
angry and tired and bad at dealing with both, but I'll learn. That's fair. I feel like that's a mood right now. That a lot of us are just very angry and tired.
I do hope that those children don't get into trouble, Holmes.
Don't worry, Watson. I predict some news in 7 seconds.
Mr. Holmes, we found it. Here it is.
Elephant.
And this is a young Indian elephant, the highlight of the show. Duval Brothers, a well-known travelling circus that is currently stopped in London. I believe that is exactly the type of circus we are looking for. I'll pay it a visit.
He must have spotted Wiggins outside. Yeah, you called it HD elephant. We'll see if it's elephant hair.
Aye, you! Stop right there.
Good morning, sir. Pardon me, but why am I not allowed to walk around here?
Because it's private.
Well, I only wanted to meet the artistes.
Hmm? You're wanting to apply for... Nah. You don't look like the type of, artistic lockpicker that
Ooh,
we're
disguise
looking for.
time!
You might be surprised.
What? Nah. I don't think so. Clear off.
Sorry for rambling. It's okay, Zev. I need to learn how to distance myself. Never had that problem. And I seem to be really bad at it, apparently, because trying to fight this shit is basically all I do from the moment I wake until I collapse in bed from another migraine. I'm getting better with it, though, slowly but surely. It's hard to do. And, like, on the one hand, it's a good thing that you're trying to fight it. But at the same time, it can't be all that you do. Self-care is important. Will it let me put on a disguise? Ooh. Oh, I don't... The thing that bugs me is I don't even get to pick the outfit. It's just like everything's locked. It forces me into the correct outfit. The amazing Sherlock pick. Ooh, you know what? I'm kind of feeling that. Trying and learning, and now I'm here to relax and have some fun before I go to bed, which is already better than yesterday. Good, 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 good. I definitely want that mustache. I just need to decide, do I want it with the little beard thing? Like, is this what I want? I think this is what... Well, that makes me feel like a little bit like a villain. Which, you know, is kind of what we're going for. Let's do it. Yeah, okay. At least it lets me have more freedom with the facial hair and hats and glasses.
Spectacles are unpopular among thugs. I don't want to arouse suspicion.
Very well. I thought that because we would need to see the lock, having some magnifying spectacles would be a good thing. Very well. At least it let me make a mistake, quote unquote. Looks like a caricature of a leftist revolutionary. I'm gonna do different hat. Or you know what? Maybe we'll do different hair. No, we'll definitely do a hat. Can I keep the hat at least?
I'd better wear a shabby hat.
Aw, come on! Let me have a bit of flair. It's like, man, I better not have any fashion sense whatsoever. This dress-up Sherlock game sucks.
Stay where you are. What are you doing here, and where is Sherlock Holmes?
Calm down, Watson. Take deep breaths now. It's me.
Thank God, Holmes. I can't get used to your disguises.
Thank you, Watson. That means I am ready to go.
I know, Watson, right? Sherlock doesn't understand scoundrels. I mean, I'm just saying the scoundrels that we're playing in Scum and Villainy are all of the fanciest, most fashionable scoundrels, and they're wonderful. What have you done with my boyfriend?
Who are you? What's your name?
My name is Nigel. I'm here to open the locks.
Talented, eh? Let's see. Go inside the marquee and show yourself to Charles Foley. And I'd highly advise you not to trick him. Got that?
I've got it.
I know. Hi, I'm your lifelong best friend, but you better not change your facial hair or I'll never recognize you. Explore the circus. Doo-doo. Need to find the body of an elephant or something. I'm pretty sure by explore the circus, they literally just mean go into the thing and pick the locks. You would think the body of an elephant would be hard to
Everything's
miss.
here, just as you asked. Now what about the money? Some of the barrels are wet. Transportation issues, it couldn't be helped. Whatever. We'll be here after midnight to pick up the supplies. I want to be paid first. No. You'll be paid after we make the transfer, as I said. Right? I hope that no one saw you. The police are on the lookout. Of course not. I'm a professional. Glad to hear it. Be ready for tonight, then.
Yeah, they seem real nice.
This wooden barrel is damaged. It is difficult to say what is inside. There is a spot on this barrel that was intentionally painted out. The crest of the Honourable Artillery Company. Could it be gunpowder? I need to be sure.
Alright. Oh wait. Was that hit?
Judging by the fractions and the scent, I can confirm that it is, in fact, gunpowder.
They're gonna blow something up!
The barrels are roughly clustered. It seems as though they were brought here in a hurry.
It would also explain why he was so mad that some of the barrels got wet. Because you do not want to get gunpowder wet. It renders it useless.
From lambs into lions. Those are words of encouragement and defiance. That's a picture of a contemporary gentleman wearing a Robin Hood hat. Interesting.
It is interesting.
This poster was clearly made to fire up rebellion amongst the people. This printing press is old, but still quite capable of printing hundreds of pages per day. There are enough posters to paste across half of London's walls. Powder kegs, a printing press, and a great many blank papers. All of this was stolen by the Merry Men quite recently. And these poster samples. I am quite sure it is not a coincidence. The Merry Men are planning some sort of sabotage.
Clearly.
Stop right there. Who are you?
Hi.
Are you Charles Foley?
Maybe.
They say that I can open any door.
Do they now? We'll see that lock near the chains on a table over there. Open that.
Well, first, I'm going to get a real good look at you. I have to say it that way because it's kind of creepy. It would still be creepy if you said it in a different way. Oh, I know. But I'm leaning into the creepiness. Boy, what a beautiful man he is, I tell you. I can't even do the accent very good. Okay, let's put it there for now. Oh, this one slides. There we go. Alright, let's turn the whole thing. Aha, this part's still wrong. There we go. Easy. Did I let my eldritch heritage slip out there? Diffria, thanks for the quote.
I need to find out what's behind this Charles Foley. I need to...
But I was supposed to open the thing and I did. Now what do you want me to do, bud? Maybe make deductions? Shall I make deductions? Charles Foley wears an antique ring. The last of the missing pieces of the 5 rams of my Tilene jewel set. And also a revolver retained under his belt. It proves that Charles Foley is our mysterious jacketed man who nimbly escaped the crime scene at Half Moon Street. Okay. So I opened the lock. Now what? Okay, it literally wanted me to make deductions. Okay, fine.
Well, right. What's your name?
Nigel Shirley, from York.
Nigel from York. Never heard anything about you. How'd you hear about me?
Oh, Q. Nope. Select the correct answer. Sorry.
Nigel from York. Never heard anything about you. How'd you hear about me?
Jail thief? There we go. I was close.
It's a long story. I met your brother, Vincent the Butcher Foley, in prison. He told me all about his betrayal and all about you. Before I was released, he told me that you might find a job for me one day and pay me some money for me craft.
Well, he died. 7 days ago, in prison.
I'm sorry to hear that.
That's all right. The traitor has paid the blood price for it. And you'll do the job anyway, because I need a talented lockpicker. I know just where to search for his legacy.
It's all about the Hellenistic treasures, isn't it?
Osh, you fool. Now, listen up. You'll come with us tonight, and you better mind yourself.
Us? Wait, who's coming then?
Billy, Jack and me.
And what will I get for that?
We'll share the loot. The one you seem to know about.
Right.
Wait for us at the abandoned manor house on the corner of Ladbroke Grove and Kensington Park Road at midnight.
Deal.
All right. Well, I guess I'm going to do that then. Okay. I'm sure this is a brilliant idea. It's fine. Right.
Here I am at the manor. Somewhere inside it are the Hellenistic treasures.
I mean, didn't we already find some of them?
This lock is quite old. It shouldn't be much of a challenge.
Starting to like this, Nigel. Can we just keep playing as him? Unfortunately, we don't get a choice in that. Oh, okay. Okay, so it looks like it's doing this action. Because it can't be doing this, because then it doesn't connect. This guy needs to rotate probably... Ooh. To here or to here? I don't know yet. Okay, so the issue then is this guy. It's gotta go like this, I'm pretty sure. Oh, right, and then this slides. There we go. That makes way more sense.
I need to find where the safe is hidden and lockpick it. This cupboard is an absolute mess. Several books have fallen from the shelves. It seems as though this cupboard can be moved. I'll give it a try.
Hey, Benny AMD. Welcome. Oh, the safe is literally just right there.
So,
all right, then.
That's the lock I must open tonight. Let me see.
Oh, I just realized we came here early so we could like loot it first. Okay, never mind. Yeah, this looks right. Easy. Beat the looters to the punch? I mean, it's not just rude, it's clever.
What a surprise. Another lock. And I won't be able to pick it. I recall that precious key around Foley's neck. It might prove a decent fit. I suppose they hired me to only open the first lock. Let us wait for the thieves, trap them, and find out.
I mean, the locks in the game are just
Let
a
us
convention.
check
They're
the
not
thieves'
realistic.
possible escape routes in the event that they are caught off guard by the police from the front door.
Alright, it's time to set some traps.
The ground floor window is a perfect way to escape the police.
So I guess maybe we'll have to find... Oh, we can move the cupboard in front of it. Yeah, exactly. I like the puzzles quite a bit.
This works very well. No one will escape through this window now.
It's like a mechanism to suggest the idea of lockpicking. Okay, so then he's going to run this way through this door, eh?
This door is a perfect means of escape in an emergency. A solid rope.
I feel like I'm not explaining myself super well.
This door leads to a kitchen, which holds the shortest route to the back door. There is no ladder. If anyone falls here, he will need assistance to get out.
Alright, we've set a very good trap. Pit trap!
This should be useful.
Okay, they both can still get through the door. He's jumping over. So we need to, like... Ah, there we go. Sure.
The door is now blocked.
I wanted to... Oop, grab the carpet, but instead I blocked the door, which is fine.
This should be useful.
And then there's gotta be something about needing the rope.
Now, it's not an open hatch, just a nice carpet on the floor. I should walk carefully here, else my plan will be ruined.
Stumbled upon you through the Blood on the Clock Tower Discord. Making sure your Discord status was not inflammatory or offensive, mod things fair enough. And now I'm stuck watching because you're so interesting and fun to watch play. Yay! Well, welcome. I haven't played Blood on the Clock Tower in a very long time. I got really into it because I got involved with a group of players because one of my friends invited me to play one time, and then we played a whole bunch, and then I played too much and now I'm taking a break from it. But hello and welcome. I play a lot of puzzle games and RPGs and stuff. I hope no one accidentally steps on this rug. I mean, that is the point, Sangard. We are, like, we'll visualize, which is what we want to have happen.
Now, if a thief runs through the kitchen, he'll pay a surprise visit to the cellar.
Benny AMD, thank you so much for following. Not offensive for the most part. I have a couple of... I swear sometimes. And that's basically it. We're generally pretty wholesome around here. And his neck's broken. Oops.
This should be useful.
Alright, so now we need to figure out... Let's do a little hoppity hop. A swore! I know, it does happen sometimes. Saintcard, were you here when I made a meme and showed it on stream? By the way, if not, I need to... Hold on. This is important stuff. Hold on. You were. Well, you know what? Not everybody was here. A running joke is that I don't understand memes. But we also, because we're LGBTQ around here, we like to point out that Sherlock and Lupin were totally flirting through like the entire game of Nemesis. So I made this meme. I'm honestly really proud of that. It's a good meme, yay.
I wonder what this old chandelier is doing on the floor. It looks as though it was poorly attached.
Top tier meme. Excellent.
I suppose that the thieves already tried to open the lock with this formidable hammer, but they were unsuccessful.
Sherlock Holmes is ace, and this TED Talk I mean, here's the thing. I'm also ace. But I am a romantic ace. So I sometimes flirt. I've had boyfriends.
Now, if anyone takes the hammer, the rope will uncoil and make the chandelier fall. If he runs through the dining room and takes a sledgehammer to force open the door, the chandelier will knock him down.
Boyfriends FTW? I mean, they were fine. Honestly, I'm much happier by myself. But I super ship Sherlock and Lupin. TBH. Mostly aromantic, but a good flirt is a good flirt. There you go. Honestly, I have more fun shipping other people than I do with my own personal relationships. Being ace but romantic must bring its own set of challenges. Oh, it definitely does, because most people want sex, so. Can only flirt in RPGs. That's a mood.
Although this window is high above the ground, it would be possible for one of the thieves to attempt to use it for their escape.
Okay, so we need something to block that window.
This should be useful.
We'll probably put that like on the stairs, so that way if they try to climb up the stairs, they'll just fall.
One step on these beads, and our thief will go flying.
I mean,
I should walk carefully here, else my plan will be ruined.
This might just straight up murder this guy, though.
Any thief who finds his way upstairs will roll down very quickly.
Falling
The
down
traps
stairs
for my
like that
circus companions
can
are all
literally
prepared.
kill somebody.
I can
Sherlock
leave now, but I'll return later with Charles Foley and his companions.
In the basement, drop 1 kilo. It's not that much of a drop, comparatively. That wasn't 221B Baker Street. That was a different location. Basically, the idea is that Sherlock is going to come back to this. Sherlock is disguised as a lockpicker. He's going on this job with these thieves, and because he wants to make sure that they get caught by the police, he's basically going to be like, hey, coppers, come here at this point. And he knows that the thieves are going to try to escape, so he went there to set a bunch of traps and block off their escape route so that they'll actually get caught. With how small the hole is, they'll probably bang their head against the other side of the hole before going down. That's possible.
Police! Police!
Yep, we just killed a couple of guys.
Stop where you are!
Oh, that wasn't
Where are
even the
they?
police.
Trapped, Watson, with your
It's just-
assistance.
How so?
Well, you sounded just like a real Bobby, my dear fellow. You startled them into the traps.
I did?
I assure you, Watson, it was quite an entertaining show. They will not escape the house now.
You scum!
And this is the pistol used for the murder in Half Moon Street.
How'd you know about that?
Hi, Mycroft.
Have you closed the case yet, Sherlock?
Nearly.
Mycroft, what are you doing here? Did you follow me?
Sherlock, it may seem that I used you, but you should be pleased to know that you have served our queen well, in this instance. So now, let us catch the big fish. But this man is not one of the merry men?
No.
Then why exactly are we here, Sherlock?
This gentleman, Charles Foley, has been involved in a double murder, and the hunter of a set of valuable antiques, the Hellenistic treasures, which disappeared in a theft many years ago.
You're no better than the coppers!
Holmes, that is incredible. The Hellenistic treasures.
Indeed.
Nothing but trifles. Where are the merry men?
I don't know why you are asking me, Mycroft. They are yours to find.
I'll see you soon.
Oh, what is going on with his ear? Oh, no!
Don't move, you flim-flammer.
Flim-flammer.
One of Foley's companions. He is unconscious.
I mean, that's generous. He looks super dead.
One of Foley's companions. He is unconscious.
We just murdered some dudes. Okay, whatever. Whatever, Sherlock. Let's make some deductions. Okay. So, you found and utilized all the clues in this case. So, question is, could this be that? Alright, cool. That doesn't make sense. That's what I thought. This is obvious then. It's gotta be Foley's vengeance. Charles Foley organized the theft of the Hellenistic treasures, which was related to the double murder at Half Moon Street. Leighton Chapman was witness to the crime, and then we can absolve him or condemn him. I don't think we can hang anybody today. They're not dead. They're super dead. Sherlock's not a doctor. I can't give anybody the rope.
Charles Foley, you were a witness to a double murder. You were standing next to Vercotti when Butler fired at your accomplice. The jeweler missed him, but they proceeded to kill each other with simultaneous shots. Even if your intention was to retrieve the stolen treasure, you did not intend to kill. I shall inform Inspector Lestrade of that fact, so your sentence should be the lighter.
You are a fine gentleman, with your fake pity.
I do what I think is right. It is never due to pity. Farewell, Foley. I shall leave now, Watson. Gentlemen, please take our friends here into custody.
Where are you going?
I have unfinished business. I'll see you at Baker Street.
Be careful with the lamps. Don't bring them too close to the barrels.
Good evening, gentlemen.
Oh,
Who's
yeah. I forgot about these
That is
guys.
of no importance. What matters is who you are and the plans that you have here.
So you can stop us from carrying them out?
Eventually, yes.
You put the wrong person in jail.
Careful. You'll blow us all up.
I'm listening.
We are a group known as the Merry Men. But I suppose you knew that already. We are the men who've already lost everything of value in their lives. We are ruined shopkeepers. We are workers who were fired from their jobs, honest people who were robbed. We were forced out from our homes and thrown onto the street, and all of this in the name of the so-called law. The laws that were set out by our government. The laws that make the commoners only more vulnerable and the wealthy more protected. We are not only from the British Empire. Some of us are from the New Lands, America, Australia, and we are many. But men we are still, and we are merry for that we stopped being afraid.
I know, right?
For those powers that be had done their best to plant the fear inside our souls, and we accepted it so easily. The fear advised us to keep our heads bowed. It prevented us from fighting. Bankers and politicians, they own our lives, our work, our bread, and they push us to compete between each other, just to see who may serve them better. But in the end, they are the few, so they are weak. They are nothing without their titles. We should not fear them. Our so-called masters should fear us instead. The time has come for our group to stand tall. Our great and many merry men. We are going to blow up the London Stock Exchange. No life shall be lost. But ownerships, debts, and property titles? They shall all be destroyed. They're only papers, after all. So many people will be freed over this night.
That is a radical step to take. What result do you truly expect?
Chaos. But soon people will understand that they are free, and that they don't belong to anyone. they will be able to work for themselves. Together, without letting the rulers dictate what to do, and finally justice will arise.
What you are intending to do is a crime. It is not justice.
How do you see justice, then? Kids go to prison for a loaf of dry bread. And how many lords do you see punished for stealing from their people, sending them to their deaths in mines or overseas to fight for land? Our masters wouldn't hear us. So now it's time to sing the song of the merry men. Will you let us do our duty?
Oh, interesting. So I can throw my cigarette in the bucket of water or on the powder trail. Yep.
When the law serves only the few, it can no longer be trusted. Every man is equal, and he has a right to choose his own way. I shall not stop you.
I couldn't pick anything else right now. It's interesting because I've been playing through the Witcher games, and I played through the Witcher 1 being super neutral. Like, I walked that neutral Witcher line pretty well. And I feel like if I had started over and was playing it now, I'd be like full on revolt, side with the squirrels, down with the human tyranny. Like, that is where my heart is at right now. I know, Holmes is the 99%. Well, actually, no, Holmes is like the 1%, though. But he's supporting the 99.
So, you're interested in Russian literature now?
Quite, lately.
It is an interesting book. I remember a few lines.
Really? I tried reading it myself, but I had a hard time understanding it.
Yes, Doctor. It's about intelligence. Sherlock, I vaguely recall one of the lines. Sometimes it takes something more than intelligence to act intelligently. There were also a few words along the lines of, pain and suffering are always inevitable for a large intelligence and a deep heart. Tell me, Doctor, does my brother show any signs of pain or suffering?
Not that I know of.
Because you see, Doctor, behind all of his masquerade, my brother does possess a deep heart. So deep that he does not recall where he places his love.
Well, I'm sure that...
His love and his duty that, in the first place, should be directed towards the Empire. For without it,
Mycroft's
you would
ripping
be
into
nothing.
us.
A country filled with uncivilized men. I should leave now. Sherlock, Dr. Watson.
Holmes, what just happened? What was that?
The start of a new world. Anything in the post, Watson? Any clients worthy of our attention?
Only a second reminder from Mrs. Hudson about our new neighbour. She urges you to remove your...
Oh, I don't care about that.
Holmes, the lady who will be moving in shortly has requested the use of our spare room to place all of her boxes.
Wait, what? A lady?
Dun dun dun! Found all the clues. Correct conclusion. Honestly, this one was really obvious. It was impossible to come to any other conclusion. No doubt, Charles Foley will be imprisoned. He organized the theft of ancient treasures that rightfully belonged to the British Museum. In fact, his band was hired by the merry men who planned a revolution in London. But he did not directly commit the murder at Half Moon Street. You have decided that under such circumstances, his sentence can be shortened. What if she has her impulses? Whoopsie, Minecraft. I'm sorry I didn't hear your imperious drivel over the roaring boom of freedom. To your question. I didn't want to interrupt too much, Benny, but I have gotten one conclusion incorrect. And this is the last case, so we only missed one out of however many we had. And There is an option to replay the ending, which I just learned about today. Like, I thought replay the ending was just, like, literally rewatch the ending. I didn't realize it was, like, redo your final choice. So I could have saved hanging that guy. But you know what? He's wealthy. I'm sure he got out of it. Personality ranking, very conscientious. 17% of people made the same moral choice. I have been so compassionate on pretty much all of these, except for the rich guy where I was like, how about you hang for this? Oh, jeez. Hey, Deso, I will hydrate. And now we're on the credits. GG, welcome to these depressing credits. That's okay, Deso. We're gonna be starting The Devil's Daughter right after this. I'm pretty sure I have it installed anyway. If not, then we're going to install it. Devil's Daughter is currently the last game in the Sherlock Holmes series. Though they are coming up with one that I think is supposed to release either late this year or next year at some point. But yeah, The Devil's Daughter, in the previous game we played, spoiler alert, it's called The Testament of Sherlock Holmes, and at the very end, we found out that Moriarty had a daughter, and we, I think, killed Moriarty? I'm not sure. Killed him, or he's in prison forever or something. He's probably dead. So we took and decided to raise his daughter, and apparently The Devil's Daughter is about her in some way. It's foreshadowing emo Holmes from the next game. Yeah, young Sherlock, I think we joked that he... I'm muted. Okay. Don't want spoilers? It's all good. You can let him know spoilers are done. Hey, I gave you all spoiler warnings. And that's why I gave you spoiler warnings. They're done. Thank you for letting Benny know. All right, Benny, we're back. Wasn't listening, was joking. It's all good. I was saying towards the end, and this is not a spoiler, that's the reason I give spoiler alerts. So if you don't want spoilers, you can mute, and then you don't have to worry about them. Oh, and then the last thing we can do is we can open our casebook and look at all of our trophies. So there's 6 cases in the game. We get to see our final personality ranking. All the people that we interviewed. All right. So that's the end of Crimes and Punishments. I had so much fun with that. I haven't played Sherlock Holmes versus Jack the Ripper, but I think this one comes just before or just after The Testament of Sherlock Holmes. And that one and this one introduced some very fun new mechanics that I am all for. I love the deductions in it so much. Very fun. Taking this opportunity to go to bed, please do HD. Sleep well. We will be back tomorrow. I will see you again then.